Apologies, we're doing a little bit of technical sorting before we start. Okay, good evening and welcome everyone to tonight's planning committee. Before we start the meeting, I've got a few housekeeping announcements to make. First of all, there's no planned fire alarm tests for today. So if you hear the fire alarm, please leave by the nearest fire exit and make your way to the agreed assembly point, which is at St John's Churchyard off Druid Street, which is in that direction. Council security staff will be available to direct you. The public toilets are located off the main reception area, down the corridor in that direction. There is a refreshment machine for use by members of the public in the waiting area outside this meeting room. Finally, please switch your mobile phone to silent whilst in the meeting room. If you're a member of the committee, it's probably better to turn it off completely because it often interferes with the microphones. This meeting is being live streamed on the Council's YouTube channel, so please be aware of that. Members of the public are welcome to film, audio record, photograph or tweet the public proceedings of the meeting, but I'd ask you to please be considerate to other people in the room and take care not to disturb the proceedings. If you are filming the meeting, please do not film the audience. It's fine to film us at the top here, but not the audience. If you need to use the Council's Wi-Fi, the details for access to that are, well, the code is F, or big capital F, little r, 33, capital W, little I, little f, little I, exclamation mark. During the meeting, members of the committee will not access the internet, except as it relates to the official business of this meeting. Send or receive emails, text messages or tweets concerning the business of the committee. I'd also like to remind speakers to use their microphone when speaking, as it's the only audio from the microphones that we can pick up on the live stream. So if you are speaking on the microphone set, it's the button on the right hand side there that you need to press to be able to speak. Please don't place mobile devices near to microphones to avoid interference. First of all, first item of business is, have we had any apologies for tonight's meeting?
Yes, Chair, from Councillor Leeming and from Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. I understand that we have Councillor Foster here acting as reserve for Councillor Roberts. So confirmation of voting members. Will all the voting members of this committee please indicate by raising their hands? Thank you. Notification of any items of business which the Chair deems urgent. We have got, I think it's 3 documents that have been circulated. So there is an addendum report that was circulated earlier today with additional information about the 2 applications we'll be considering this evening. We have a note from objectors to plot H1 that has been circulated. I understand that the applicants have seen this note as well, so that you're aware of that, and that's been circulated to committee. And then finally, we've got the pack which of the slides that we're about to see. I don't think we've got any other items of additional information to consider. Disclosure of interest and dispensations. Does any member wish to declare an interest or dispensation in respect of any item or issue that's going to be considered this evening?
Thanks,
Councillor
Chair.
Cumbo.
In the interest of transparency, in, I believe, 2017, in common with a number of other prospective candidates, I signed an open letter opposing the application that was duly rejected by a previous planning committee to redevelop the shopping centre on the same site. This is, of course, an entirely different application, and I have not determined my vote, as I have not yet heard the evidence.
Thank you. And also, I have an interest in the second item in that it's in my ward, but I've not taken any predetermined view on the outcome of that. And again, I'll be listening to the information that we consider this evening. That brings us to the first item in terms of development management. So next item of business concerns the determination of planning applications. I'd like to remind everyone of the committee's guidance on the conduct of business. First of all, officers will present the report, outline the recommendations and answer questions raised by the committee. If present and wishing to speak, the following may then address the committee for no more than 3 minutes each. First of all, one spokesperson representing any objectors to the application. By now, you should have identified a single spokesperson. If there's more than one objector who wishes to speak, the time will be divided accordingly within that 3-minute slot. Obviously, if there are other parts of the group of objectors that wish to speak, they can obviously pick up questions later on, as well as the spokesperson. Secondly, the applicant or their agent, and again, you'll have identified who you wish to speak, and I understand that you've got other members of your team here who can answer questions that we might have. Then a spokesperson of any supporters of the application living within 100 metres of the development site, and then finally a ward councillor representing the area affected by the proposal. Ward members in attendance and those nominated to speak on behalf of objectors, supporters and applicants should sit in the front row of the gallery, and I believe that is the case, as looking out into the gallery. For ease of communication between the committee and the speaker, in case we need to come back at a later stage in the proceedings. It's not an opportunity to take part in the debate of the committee. Each speaker should restrict their comments to planning aspects of the proposal and should avoid repeating information which is already in the report. The meeting is not a hearing where all participants present evidence to be cross-examined by other participants. At the end of each representation, the committee may ask questions of the presenter. Speakers should lead the committee to subjects on which they would welcome further questioning in their speech. After receiving any submissions, the committee will debate the application and consider the recommendation. This is a council committee meeting which is open to the public, and therefore there should be no interruptions from the public. Finally, I'd like everyone present to know that although the planning committee comprises of members of different political parties, we are not politically whipped. Our decisions are made in accordance with the council's planning policy and based on the information contained within the relevant reports, together with the consultation responses and any verbal submissions made today. So every committee member taking part in the decisions today is not doing so on a party political basis. They are doing so solely on the basis of their judgment on how the application accords with the council's planning policy. How we approach these applications is set out in the Development Management Report at item 5 on the agenda, and if members are happy to note that report, we can move on to considering the planning applications. Are members content that we do that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That brings us to item 5.1, plot H1 at Elephant Park. That's the land bound by Walworth Road, Elephant Road, Deacon Street and Sayre Street North, Elephant and Castle, London SE1, and that's covered in pages 5 to 255 in the main agenda pack and pages 1 to 4 of the addendum report. Now, just before I hand over to Victoria Crosby, as a number of people are aware, a number of members here had a briefing meeting yesterday with some of the objectors to the application. Lend-Lease were also offered the right to attend that meeting. The advice that we received from the legal officer regarding that meeting and that I gave both at the start and at the end of that briefing was that any matters that came up at that briefing that are not raised either in the report today or in the proceedings of today's meeting are not things that we can take into consideration. So everything, just to ensure that transparency. With that, I'm going to hand over to Victoria. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Victoria Crosby, a team leader in the Strategic Applications team, and my presentation is going to be about Lendlease's application for Plot H1 of Elephant Park with an office-led scheme. So this slide shows the application site within its context. As can be seen on the left-hand diagram, Plot H1 is the westernmost plot of the Elephant Park Master Plan. It sits on the eastern side of Walworth Road and Elephant Road, to the east of the railway viaduct, train station and the shopping centre. The plot is to the north of Deacon Street and neighbouring Plot H2, to the south of Castle Square with its temporary shops, and is to the southwest of the new park. The diagram on the right shows the red line application site, which includes the Deacon Street Highway, Walworth Road and Elephant Road pavements. The site is within the Central Activity Zone, the Elephant and Castle Opportunity Area and Town Centre. It has a PTAL rating of 6B, which is the highest level. It is approximately 180 metres to the north of the Walworth Road Conservation Area and Grade 2 listed buildings of Walworth Town Hall and Library. The site is within the wider setting consultation area of the LVMF view from the Serpentine Bridge to the Palace of Westminster, which is a World Heritage Site. These photos show parts of the site with the hoarding, Lendlease's construction compound, temporary crate plate containers on Elephant Road, the retained mature trees on Walworth Road and the temporary landscaping along Deacon Street. These photos also show the buildings on the other Elephant Park plots in the background, as well as other towers in Elephant and Castle. Plot H1 is one of 12 building plots in the Elephant Park Master Plan, which has redeveloped the former Haygate estate. Outline planning permission was granted in March 2013 for a residential-led scheme with a mix of retail, commercial, leisure and community uses and a new public park. The Outline Permission approved a series of drawings, documents and maximum and minimum quantum of approved uses that set parameters for each plot and across the site. This slide includes two examples of the approved parameter drawings, showing the outline footprints and maximum heights for each of the plots. Other approved documents set out further detail of the approved developments, such as the development specification, the design strategy document and the environmental statement. The outline permission was subject to conditions in a Section 106 agreement which secured matters such as the affordable housing, public realm and park, construction jobs, highway works and financial contributions. So the table at the top of this slide shows the permitted range of uses in their maximum and minimum floor areas across the site, and the lower table shows the floor space limits for each plot under the outline planning permission. The outline permission has been implemented with reserve matters for all but one plot now approved by subsequent reserve matters applications. 9 of the plots have been constructed and 8 are occupied, including those along Haygate Street shown in red and blue, and those in green on the southern side of New Kent Road. The first 2 phases of the Central Park have been laid out and open to the public, along with the Park Pavilion and further area to be provided at the eastern end once the construction offices have been removed. So having set out the summary of the outline permission as a background, this current application being considered by the committee is a standalone full planning application and is not a reserve matters application pursuant to the outline permission. There are several reasons for this, which relate to the controls in the outline permission in terms of the quantum of uses approved for this plot, the height and size of the proposed building and the site-wide maximum area which the current proposal does not fit within. This planning application is to be assessed against the current development plan and material considerations. So the table on the slide shows the proposed area for the different uses. The application proposes an 18-storey building with a mezzanine floor, 2 basement levels and rooftop plant. The building would provide 48,960 square metres GEA of office floor space to the upper floors. The mezzanine and first floor levels would provide almost 6,800 square metres for either additional office floor space or for a health hub. A range of flexible uses is sought for the ground floor. Ancillary spaces include the double basement, ground floor servicing yard and a roof level plant. The 2 diagrams on the slide show the proposed ground floor layout, surrounding planted landscaping and revised highway layout to Deacon Street. Within the building, the pink area would form the active lobby as a mix of office, retail, professional services and restaurant uses, accessed by a series of doors within the curved frontages, which would contain at least 500 square metres open to the public 7 days a week. The blue area on the western side, on the left-hand diagram, would be the basement cycle store entrance. and the pale green area on the southwestern edge is proposed as flexible uses opening onto Walworth Road. The areas in grey are the internal servicing yard and central lift and stair cores. The different colours in this section diagram indicate how the ground floor would provide the lobby and mix of retail, health or office. The mezzanine and first floor levels would provide either further workspace or a health hub, with health as the priority option. A health hub would bring together primary care, secondary care, community services, mental health trusts, voluntary sector and borough services, and the initial scope of the types of service it might provide include a pharmacy, GP cluster, diagnostic facilities, outpatients, clinical support and staff facilities to provide patients with joined-up care in one place. From second floor upwards, the building would be office space, and the design allows for a range of business occupiers as an organisation's headquarters or by multiple smaller businesses. In terms of the massing of the proposal, the building would step up from 4 storeys in its southwestern and southeastern corners, using a series of roof terraces and setbacks to reach 18 storeys high at 85.7 metres AOD on its northern side. It would measure 89.5 metres east to west at its widest point and 71 metres north to south at its widest. The architect's concept for the facade has taken inspiration from railway and tram lines and Michael Faraday's study on magnetic fields. The facades would have a veil layer of aluminium fins set horizontally and diagonally in front of the glazing to give depth and provide solar shading. The orientation and density of the fins would differ across each facade to give the building a varying appearance. A series of vertical creases and terraces to the northern and western facades provide further articulation on these sides. A 9-metre high colonnade around the western, northern and northeastern facades would be formed behind the metal columns of the building above and in front of the recessed curved frontages. On the Deacon Street frontage, the flexible use units would extend around each corner, while the middle would provide the servicing yard access, plant and louvers. The building would be surrounded by 0.39 hectares of public realm, with at least 7 of the 9 retained trees and 18 new trees, shrubs and planting, cycle stands and benches. 5 trees recently planted as part of the Plot H2 landscaping on Deacon Street would be relocated elsewhere on the street, and around the base of the building, climbing plants would be encouraged to grow up the columns. A series of 16 roof terraces is proposed up the building, with planters at the outer edge to encourage plants to grow across the facades, and the roof would include a strip of biodiverse planting around the edges. In terms of servicing, the enclosed servicing yard would have 3 loading bays, turning space and an area for refuse bins. To provide access to it, the current one-way arrangement of Deacon Street would need to be revised to allow 2-way traffic from Walworth Road to the servicing yard gates. The existing loading bay and blue badge space currently on the northern side of the road would be re-provided on the southern side in front of Plot H2, while the bay on the northern side would be set out as a drop-off bay and 2 blue badge spaces for Plot H1. The 2 proposed basement levels would provide various plant rooms and staff cycle parking, and the Walworth Road and Elephant Road pavements would be widened. The route across the northern side of the building would allow any emergency and maintenance vehicles through, and otherwise be for pedestrians and cyclists. So in response to comments on the design, Lendlease made amendments to the proposal's northern and western facades by introducing a series of creases that step the previously flat facades forward and back across these elevations and create small terraces in parts of these creases. So the CGIs on the left-hand side show the proposal as originally submitted, and the 2 on the right-hand side show the revised elevations as they would appear from Elephant Road and from Newington Butts. Other changes were made to the ground floor level planters, to the drainage strategy, and to make small reductions in the size of the application site on the northern boundary. The affordable workspace strategy was also amended to remove a suggested off-site option for providing affordable space in Plot H11A of the master plan. So, turning to the consultation responses, over 430 objections from the public, the Walworth Society and the 35% campaign were received to the first consultation with the following common topics. So, in objecting to the principle of the office use, as there is no demand or need for office space, the loss of approved housing, as the plot should be used to provide more homes, especially affordable homes instead, that the building is too large, tall and unattractive and is unsuitable for this site in its context, as it doubles the consented floor space of the outline permission, that it would harm neighbour amenity, it will overshadow the park and harm ecology, it will result in additional traffic and public transport crowding, it will have harmful environmental impacts and needs a more sustainable design, that it will put a strain on community facilities and the lack of community engagement by the applicant, ignoring the input of the community in the master plan by changing the use and design of this plot. 2 neutral comments were received. Over 50 comments in support were made that the office use would add to the mix of uses in the master plan, provide jobs, commercial space, a health hub, public atrium activity and help support the local area. That the height and design are appropriate for this location and look good in its context as a new architectural landmark, that it provides public realm and landscaping, improved connectivity and is in a sustainable location. The NHS South East London Clinical Commissioning Group wrote in support of the proposal. Guy's and St Thomas NHS Foundation Trust also supported the provision of healthcare. Statutory consultees and internal departments are generally supportive of the proposal, subject to suggested conditions or obligations and some technical matters such as the drainage strategy being addressed. The GLA Stage 1 report stated that the application did not yet comply with the London Plan, but that possible remedies could address these deficiencies, and the applicant provided further information on energy, circular economy and biodiversity net gain in response. The GLA noted that the principle of optimising the site within the opportunity area in CAS to deliver a significant amount of affordable workspace, active uses. Sorry, I need to go back and correct that. The GLA noted the principle of optimising the site within the opportunity area in the CAS to deliver a significant amount of office floor space, active uses and public realm is acceptable in strategic planning terms, and noted that the redevelopment would provide jobs, services and facilities in a highly accessible location. Reconsultation on the scheme amendments resulted in a further 39 objections, with individuals, the Walworth Society and 35% campaign stating that their early objections had not been addressed by the amendments, continuing to raise issues with the departure from the master plan, the proposed office use, how the plot should be used for housing instead, the design being out of keeping and too high, how it would dominate the park, cause transport issues and harm neighbour amenity. Objections were made by the Southwark Law Centre regarding how the proposal relates to the outline permission, questioning what had been said in requesting further information on affordable housing, affordable retail, community space, health facilities, that the plot should be used to meet housing need, querying what the proposed health hub would be and what it means for existing GP surgeries, that the health hub should not be provided at the expense of affordable workspace, that the increase in massing will harm neighbour amenity, the street scene and the park, how it ignores the design guidance of the master plan and fails to accord with tall buildings policies, it would cause the loss of a wildflower meadow and designated open space, it fails to meet sustainability policies and has not taken account of equality's impacts. 2 further comments in support were made, that a modern office building will bring jobs to the area and that a health facility is welcome. Also, Guy's and St Thomas NHS Foundation Trust wrote again in support, as they have interest in occupying the health hub, and note that Elephant and Castle is a required location for further healthcare space. The addendum sets out additional comments in objection and in support from the CCG that have been received since the report was published. Then to look at the assessment of the application, this is set out in detail in the committee report, and I will pick out on a few of these. In terms of the proposed uses, each of the proposed office, retail and health uses are appropriate for this site. There is policy support for office-led development in Elephant and Castle, given its location within the CAS opportunity area and town centre, and its excellent public transport accessibility. London Plan Policy SD5 gives equal weight to office development as residential development within the CAS, and the Southwark Plan seeks to deliver 10,000 jobs within this opportunity area. The GLA Stage 1 response supported the proposal and considered the land uses to strategically align with the town centre opportunity area and CAS designations. A health hub would address one part of the Southwark Plan's area vision for Elephant and Castle and has support from the NHS South East London Clinical Commissioning Group and Guy's and St Thomas NHS Foundation Trust. In this instance, a health hub run by a public health body is an appropriate alternative to affordable workspace provision. If a health hub does not come forward, the scheme would address the 10% on-site affordable workspace policy requirement. While the plot would also be appropriate for residential development in principle, it is not what the current application proposes. The lack of residential use in the proposal is not a reason for refusal of this application, and it must be determined as submitted in accordance with current policy and, as I have outlined, the principle of a commercial development on this site complies with the local plan. Plot H1 can come forward as a separate application as the requirements of the outline permission will be achieved on the rest of the master plan in its approved reserve matters and strategies. The table on this slide shows how the minimum floor space areas, except for office use, will be achieved by the approved reserve matters and without the Plot H1 proposal. Were Plot H1 to have been submitted as a reserve matter, it would need to have included office floor space to achieve the site-wide minimum. The current proposal of nearly 49,000 square metres minimum would significantly exceed the maximum office area of the outline permission, and if a health hub were to come forward, the Class D1 community use maximum would also be exceeded. So looking at some key topics of the master plan's obligations, the approved affordable housing within the master plan remains as reported for the Plot H7 Reserve Matters application, which was considered at the February 2020 Planning Committee and exceeds the 25% by habitable room requirement of the Section 106. The 10-year split of the affordable housing units accords with the requirement at 50.5% rented and 49.5% shared ownership, with a slightly higher percentage on the rented side. 23% of affordable habitable rooms will be within social rented units of 3 bedrooms or larger. This exceeds the maximum of 18% set by the Section 106 agreement, but is a welcome provision given the significant need for family-sized social rent units in the borough. The Section 106 of the outline permission requires a park of at least 0.8 hectares to be provided. So far, 0.83 hectares have been provided, and the final completed park will total 1.05 hectares. In addition to the park, the 4.57 hectares of public realm in the approved reserve matters would exceed the minimum 4.53 hectare provision of the obligation. Plot H1 would add an additional 0.17 hectares. Plots provide the 0 to 5-year-old play space requirement within their area, and the public realm and central park provide play space for 5 to 11-year-olds, and the financial contribution for a mugger has been paid. The energy centre is operational and the heat network connected to completed plots. Most of the required highway works have been completed, with the outstanding works that relate to Plot H1 being secured in a new Section 106 agreement. The number and location of car club spaces and the off-site cycle docking stations have now been agreed. Financial payments required by the outline permissions Section 106 would continue to be paid, such as for bus service enhancement, the Northern Line ticket hall, education and health. Management documents such as construction plans, travel plans and servicing plans would continue to be required for the last plots not yet completed. The outline permission allowed for a tall building to come forward on this Plot H1, and the visuals on the left-hand side show the maximum and minimum massing parameters for the tower and its lower blocks. The submitted scheme's massing is shown in yellow on the right-hand side, showing how it exceeds the outline's parameters. The site is at a point of landmark significance at the confluence of Walworth Road, Elephant Road, next to the train station entrance. While 3 metres taller than the outline permission's maximum height for a tower and of greater massing, it remains of a height that is proportionate to the significance of the site. It's within the context of taller towers to the south, west, north, the future shopping centre redevelopment and Plot H7 to the east, and would add positively to this context and local townscape with its sculpted form, articulated facades, active frontages and proposed public realm. While it would not provide a publicly accessible space at or near the top, it would provide a ground floor public lobby. The proposal's design is distinctive, characterful and highly articulated. It is considered to be an exemplary architectural design and a fitting final piece of the master plan. The proposal is considered to comply with the design quality and tall building policies of the London Plan and Southwark Plan. For the heritage considerations, the proposal would not be visible from the LVMF view on the Serpentine Bridge, as shown by the outline in the top left image. The very top of the proposal would be visible further north of the viewpoint, as shown in the lower left image, but would be mostly screened by the shopping centre redevelopment currently under construction and is considered to do no harm to the setting of the World Heritage Site. The proposal would be visible from within the conservation areas in Elephant and Castle, including from the Walworth Road Conservation Area to the south, as shown in the lower right image, where it would be partly screened by and appear much lower than the plot H2 and H3 towers. It is considered to preserve the character and appearance of this conservation area. The proposal would also be visible from within the Pullens Estate Conservation Area, as shown in the top left image, between the plot H2 tower and strata tower of a lower but wider massing, and is considered to do no harm to the setting of this conservation area. The neighbour amenity impacts have been considered in detail and are set out in the report for the topics listed on this slide. The proposal would not cause a material loss of privacy, nor be intrusive to the outlook of surrounding properties. It would not cause a significant light pollution, solar glare, noise or vibration, subject to the recommended conditions. The images on the right show how the proposal's massing has been modelled for its daylight and sunlight impacts, with the submitted scheme in blue, which can be compared with the impacts of the green scheme as the illustrative massing from the outline permission for this plot, and with the pink, which is the maximum outline massing. The proposal would cause a loss of daylight to windows and rooms of neighbouring properties within the master plan and outside it, and noticeable reductions especially to those on the western side of Walworth Road and plot H2. The images on the left of this slide show the Walworth Road neighbours, and by colour coding show the absolute reduction in VSC and NSL compared to the results from the maximum massing of the outline permission. The top left image shows in green windows where the absolute reduction in VSC level would be up to 2% more than with the maximum parameters, and in yellow where the absolute reduction would be 2 to 5% more. The lower left image shows in green windows to rooms where the reduction in NSL would be up to 5% greater than the maximum parameter, or has daylight to more than half the room, and in yellow where there is a reduction is between 5 and 10% greater compared with the maximum massing's impact. Then on the right hand side, the same colour coding applies, and with orange meaning that there's more than a 5% reduction, with the two left images showing the plot H2 windows and their VSC reductions further beyond the maximum parameters impacts, and the far right hand image shows the NSL impacts beyond the outline permission's maximum massing. In some cases, the proposal would cause harm to the quality of these residential neighbours, although officers do not consider the degree of harm overall sufficient to warrant refusal. The proposal would reduce sunlight to Tantalon House, plot H4 and plot H7, and to the communal podium gardens shared by Moors, Porchester and Tantalon houses. The harms to neighbour amenity from the loss of daylight and loss of sunlight need to be considered in the planning balance, which I'll return to later on. Then the carbon and sustainability aspects. The proposal incorporates B-Lean measures in its construction detailing and design to give a 24% reduction in carbon emissions. By connecting to the existing Elephant Park heat network, it would achieve a further 14% reduction. No renewables have been included, as the heat network satisfies the heating demand for the building, and there is no usable roof area left for PV panels. The total carbon savings add up to 38%, which exceeds the on-site minimum of the London plan, but fails to achieve the 40% of the Southwark plan. This is mainly due to the requirement to connect to the existing heat network, which is gas-powered. A carbon offset contribution would be secured to achieve the zero carbon policy requirement, and the applicant has committed to achieving a BREEAM outstanding rating. The building would use cross-laminated timber to give a more sustainable construction, and conditions relating to whole life carbon and the circular economy would ensure policy compliance. Heads of terms for the necessary planning obligations are set out in the report in order to secure mitigation measures and planning benefits from the scheme to achieve policy compliance. These heads of terms include securing the health hub provision as the priority option and requiring further engagement between the applicant, CCG and council, and further details of the size, fit-out, rent and occupier for approval and securing it for 30 years. If its size is less than 10% of the scheme, then information to demonstrate the equivalence and value to a 10% affordable workspace scheme would need to be submitted and approved. Drafting would also allow for an area of affordable workspace to be provided in addition to a health hub to achieve equivalent value. Affordable workspace would be secured in the event that a health hub does not come forward, as 10% of the office space with a 25% discount on market rent for 30 years and capped service charge. An obligation would control the flexible uses applied for to ensure the affordable workspace remains at 10% of the office floor space and prevent any further health use unless part of the public health operators hub. The layout and uses of the ground floor lobby would be required for approval and to make available at least 500 square metres to the public 7 days a week. Obligations relating to energy and carbon, including connection to the district heat network, payment of the carbon offset contribution, and the B-scene monitoring and further details of the decarbonisation of the network are proposed. Also, the provision of a construction management plan, provision of employment and skills plans for the construction and end-use phases, as well as local procurement. The Section 278 highway works would be secured, as well as detailed design of the revised Deacon Street highway. The proposed public realm, its pedestrian and cycle routes would be required to be provided. A package of transport mitigation and funding has been agreed by the applicant, including 1.7 million to be used towards improving access to the train station in the first instance, as well as a bus service contribution, cycle docking station contribution, Legible London and bus stop improvement payments. Other transport-related obligations are for a travel plan, a delivery and servicing management plan, along with its cash deposit, and further details of the day-to-day operation of the health hub. And finally, a monitoring fee would be secured. In the report, there is a section regarding the planning balance. This acknowledges the incidences of harm due to losses of daylight and sunlight to nearby residential properties which cannot be mitigated. The proposal also brings a package of planning benefits, including the delivery of key Southwark Plan policies in relation to the opportunity area, which should be weighed with the identified harms when reaching a decision on this application. The proposed benefits include provision of a substantial quantum of new, high-quality office space and the associated jobs to a prominent brownfield site within the CARS opportunity area and town centre, and with excellent public transport accessibility. These would contribute towards the borough's targets in the Southwark Plan for employment space, jobs and retail space in Elephant and Castle. The additional spending by staff would help support the shops, services and businesses in the area. Secondly, provision of a health hub for the NHS or a similar public health operator, which would address a long-term need for improved social facilities in this area and be of benefit to the local community. Thirdly, if a health hub is not progressed, the proposal would provide affordable workspace targeted for the types of businesses interested in such a space at reduced rents, which would support small businesses. The construction phase would provide jobs and training opportunities, and the completed phase would provide jobs and training for unemployed borough residents. The construction and end-use phases would provide procurement opportunities for local businesses. The development would provide 0.39 hectares of landscaped public realm, of which 0.17 hectares is new additional public realm, as well as improved existing public highways, improving connectivity around the plot, and through the off-site highway works would improve the pedestrian environment. Provision of a public lobby area of at least 500 square metres with seating, free Wi-Fi access and toilet provision for the local community to work and meet would also be provided. The payment of mayoral and borough SIL, and finally the financial contributions for transport improvements are related to the impact of this development, but the full projects that these contributions would part fund would also be a benefit to the area. For example, the train station improvements or the North London line ticket hall and increased cycle docking station capacity, which would improve sustainable travel modes. Officer's recommendation is that planning permission should be granted subject to conditions, the applicant entering into an appropriate legal agreement and referral to the Mayor of London, and that the environmental information be taken into account as required by the EIA regulations, and that the Planning Committee in making their decision has due regard to the potential equalities impacts that are outlined in the report, and that following the issue of any planning permission, the Director of Planning and Growth writes to the Secretary of State notifying them of the decision, that following the issue of any planning permission, the Director of Planning and Growth placed a statement on the statutory register about the main reasons and considerations, and that in the event that the requirements of paragraph 1 are not met by the 4th of April 2023, the Director of Planning and Growth be authorised to refuse planning permission if appropriate for the reasons set out in paragraph 429 of the report. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a lot of detail, so thank you for that presentation. I'll hand over to members of the committee now to see if they have any questions or points of clarification arising from the presentation. Councillor Papula.
It would be great to get clarification as to why only 30 years is being offered to the health hub. I do know that it is compliant with the relevant policies, but it is clearly noted that we have been trying to search for a very good location in this area for a number of years, and 30 years does seem quite short. I'm also very much aware, of course, it's not part of this application, that the Walworth Library was given a longer period of time, so maybe this isn't really a question for you, but 30 years does seem quite short. I think a lease of 99 years does seem a bit more sufficient, and then also that should also be reflected on the HOTs. Yeah, it's not really a question, just a murmuring in terms of the overall plan for the health hub.
You've picked up what would have been my answer, in that the 30 years has come from the affordable workspace policy that talks about that. The lease length given for the library was done outside the planning process, but the applicant team are here. They might be able to explain some more about the length of the potential lease.
Thank you. Councillor Soanes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Victoria, for your presentation. I'm still trying to sort of get my head around the loss of sunlight and daylight distribution on specific properties that were outlined in the tables on page 81 of the report, or 76, I don't know, I never know which way round to record it, and how the slide on page 23 complements the loss of daylight distribution, because in accordance to the table in the report, properties 82, 84 and 88 are significantly impacted on this proposal. But then looking at the key on display at the moment, can you just explain the differentials to me, please? And then part two of my question is, what is the percentage in loss of daylight distribution to these properties with the increased massing and increased height of this particular proposal against the original agreed reserved matters, OPP? Thank you.
This slide shows, it's basically a comparison. So this goes slightly beyond what the report's talking about. So the report talks about what's the existing situation versus the Plot H1 current application and the percentage differences that causes. This slide then says what's the difference in the VSE and NSL results if you compared the current Plot H1 application to what the maximum outline massing would have done. So the greens are where the current application causes up to 2% more VSE to be lost than if you'd had the maximum outline parameters scheme come forward as a big box. So green is up to 2% VSE more being lost. The yellow is 2 to 5% more VSE being lost than the maximum parameter scheme. And then similarly, and the daylight distributions of the NSL figures are compared between your current application in front of you tonight and what a maximum parameters scheme would have done, and also for Plot H2.
Right, so
A maximum parameters and what's being proposed, yeah. The report is the existing scenario versus the application before you tonight.
Councillor Soames, could you use the microphone just so it gets picked up?
Pardon. So these figures, this data here is demonstrates what the impact of the proposal presented to us this evening will have. So if the proposal, if the original proposal was before us, what would be the losses? What would be the percentage difference in loss?
I tried to pick...
Trying to basically understand what the additional impact now of the increased mass in massing and the increase in height, i.e. 3 metres, to what was agreed, to these particular properties.
So I've tried to pick out, in paragraph 275, for example, for the Walworth Road properties, the later half of that paragraph says the retained VSC levels are lower than, but broadly similar to those of a hypothetical maximum parameter massing. And I've picked out some, some figures to, so instead of being 7.9% with the current scheme as the retained VSC, under the outline maximum parameters, it would have been 9.8% VSC. And then you've got 9.1% instead of 10%. 10.0, 11.3% rather than 12.7%. So obviously there's pages and pages of tables.
Yeah.
I just think the applicant's daylight advisors here as well, they might have more facts up their sleeve, but yeah.
But nonetheless, they're still taking a bit of a hit, aren't they? Thank you.
Councillor Foster.
I wanted to ask about how the building fits into the area. As you mentioned that the size of it, although the building is very large and larger than what was proposed in the original master plan, that it was in line with the size of nearby buildings. There are very tall buildings under construction around it. I wanted to get a sense of the reasoning behind that judgment, because you could equally say that the fact that there are very large buildings being constructed in the area is a reason to prefer a smaller building.
Thank you, Chair. If I might answer that. The outline permission anticipated a pretty large building on this site. It included a tall building, it included a perimeter block, which was intended to address the area in a way that sort of complements the character of the area. A perimeter block that reinforced the sort of high street on Walworth Road, and then introduced the height towards the railway line and the park. So it would sort of be, it anticipated a sort of stepped design. The proposal as it stands starts to pick up on that, those principles of starting low around the perimeter and low on the Walworth Road frontage, and then stepping up towards the railway line and away from those nearby locations. It does it for two reasons. One is to address sunlight and daylight of existing residential neighbours nearby, but also to sort of respond to those local characteristics, if you like, of the area. So it rises towards the railway line and away from the high street, and stays pretty low towards as it abuts the local context on the Walworth Road, and then onto the park. So that is the way it's set out to respond to that area.
Can I follow up? Thanks. So would you accept then that to the extent to which the proposal is a very much greater building, it's a very, very much larger building than the initial proposal, it is less good at meeting the concerns around sunlight and around fitting in with the character of the local area?
No, what we're presenting to you tonight, councillors, is that it is broadly, it has taken up the outline parameters as set out in the outline permission in terms of its a layout of its plot and its ultimate height. It hasn't adhered entirely to those limitations, but its characteristics have been informed by the outline permission, as I've described to you, and then the massing is a consequence of its use, its land use. Residential towers are generally slimmer and more articulated in that way in order to offer dual aspect, to offer outlook and aspect to residents, whereas commercial buildings are generally are about optimizing floor space and making it is acknowledged it is a slightly bulkier building than the residential proposal anticipated originally.
I'm going to bring Colin in.
Yes, and it's also a function of its location in central activity zone in a town centre in a very highly accessible location, as Victoria set out in her presentation. And so that's where we would expect denser, taller buildings to be, as set out in the New Southwark plan. And in terms of its design, as Michael set out, I mean, the type of building, an office building like the building we're in, tends to have deeper floor plans rather than residential types. But in supporting this scheme, our view as officers is a well-designed office scheme, which is in the kind of location that the New Southwark plan indicates that office development should be in. And as Victoria set out, it does have a greater impact on the daylight and sunlight than the residential scheme would have. But the diagram Vicky was showing was attempting to show that that the increase has a greater impact, but that's relatively, we think, marginal impact over what could be built anyway, even if it was residential. It is more harmful, and we're saying that needs to be put in the planning balance. But we do think that for an office development in this location, it's well designed and it fits well within its context, and also helps us to deliver the land use aspirations of the plan, particularly around jobs and regeneration of the town centre.
Okay, I've seen a number of hands. I'm going to take them in order of people who haven't spoken yet first, and whose hands and the order I saw them go up roughly. So I'm going to go to Councillor Johnson first.
Very kind of you, Chair. I think this is a question for Victoria. I think. Please redirect if it's not. It's relating to the objectives briefing addendum. The final paragraph highlights the council has an outstanding enforcement action on a social rent property in Elephant Park, but then goes on to raise a somewhat alarming prospect as to whether or not social rents are being charged for the 100 Elephant Park social rented units. I wondered if you could give an update on that, because it's quite a big claim to make.
Yeah, there's currently an enforcement investigation into one of the flats on Elephant Park. That's being looked at by the enforcement team. Unfortunately, it hasn't been resolved ahead of tonight's committee because the individual isn't at work at the moment. Whether that shows the correct rents are being paid or not, I can't tell you what the outcome of that's going to be tonight. It doesn't in my view, immediately relate to the Plot H1 application that's before you tonight, because no affordable housing is proposed in that. We're not proposing the redevelopment of the plot where the enforcement investigation is in place. Whether that is then expanded out to include all the other constructed affordable units in Elephant Park, I suspect will depend on the outcome of that investigation.
Would it be fair to say so that at this point we're unsure of the status of the remaining 99 properties?
The enforcement case is just for one unit at the moment, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Whittam.
It seems to me very strange that we've got to the stage of getting to the last plot, and we have fulfilled the obligations of the outline planning permission, and therefore this last plot seems to be a complete free-for-all, rather than the last plot filling in what's missing. If they were just filling in what's missing, we wouldn't have this enormous carbuncle of a building, which looks like Ayers Rock has landed on Elephant and Castle. Michael says it's not that much bigger, but it's almost double the size in floor space terms. And the other thing I wanted to point out was, shouldn't we have some sort of change of use in front of us as well, seeing as it's in the plan as housing and now it's business?
Yes, the application is for the use as well. So the reason it's a standalone application is for the office use. And as set out in Victoria's report, as the reserve matters applications came in for each of the parameters that preceded this plot, they have all been approved within those parameters as per the original outline planning permission from 2012. So Lend-Lease have sort of have delivered on that planning application and on those reserve matters applications and within the parameters that were set out within that approval. The framework in which this application comes in is both the London Plan 2021 and the New Southwark Plan 2022. And the New Southwark Plan identifies this area as providing an additional 10,000 jobs, predominantly in office developments, and that a significant portion of that office development will be on the Elephant Park site. So that's the plan as adopted by the council earlier this year. So that provides a very strong, up-to-date planning framework, both at the regional and local level, for this proposal as set out in Vicky's report. So there's been no variation from the 2012 planning permission. It has resulted in this site, if you like, being left at the end of the developments with everything else delivered. But we feel that the proposal for the office before you, as set out in the report, is helping deliver the Southwark Plan and the London Plan.
I just worry that the maximum floor area that was proposed, the maximum was 36,100 square metres, and this is 63,996 square metres, which is almost double. So either our calculations in 2012, 2013, whatever it was, were wrong, or something's gone horribly wrong to allow such a large floor space to come forward in this application.
if I can try and explain the difference in floor space, I've put on the plan the screen the diagram, which compares the permitted outline permission with the massing of the new proposal. As you can see on the left-hand side of that is the outline permission showing the parameters for the residential scheme. A couple of characteristics about that is you can see the tower, which is a sort of slender vertical feature, and then you can see the perimeter block. At the top is the green. In the green is the maximum parameter, and the bottom is the minimum parameter. So, but what you can see with the residential scheme, and what I was trying to describe, is that you can clearly see it's a residential scheme because it's got like a courtyard in the middle and allows for outlook for residents. The residential blocks are typically narrower front to back because they allow for outlook and access as well as external amenity. Now that is sort of empty space that was anticipated in the outline permission because of the land use of that plot. Once you set aside the fact that, set aside the fact that the expectations or the proposal, the deliverables of the outline permission have been achieved in the previous plots. You have here a set of parameters that define an envelope that once you place a new land use on there, which is the office block with its sort of larger office floor plates that aren't restricted by the limitations on aspect and outlook, you get you can see that the new mass fills in the gaps, if you like, of the residential scheme and stays or tries to stay within those plan limitations of the plot, but has the opportunity to fill those gaps, and that's what's presented to you here today. That is where the extra floor space has been gained, in the sense it's free of the need to provide housing. It has and as an office block, it has the opportunity to fill those gaps with office accommodation that is high quality, provides jobs, provides other facilities as presented to you today. So so within the confines of the same plot and the sort of broadly the height and massing sort of parameters, you have the land use has given it the opportunity to fill the gaps that were left in the or written into the original outline permission. I've tried to sort of demystify it, if you like, but if I can answer any other questions, if you like, on that. I've tried to make it as sort of clear as possible.
Thank you. Councillor Cumbo.
Actually, Chair, I think my question's been asked and answered.
In that case, I'm going to go to Councillor Soames.
Thank you, Chair. I think sticking with the theme of design, so I've got, I think, 3 little questions, Michael, and then I'd like to then end with why this proposal didn't go back to the design panel. It was recommended that it should return once the amendments had been made, so I'd like to know on whose judgment was it that the applicants didn't return with this proposal to the design panel for them to actually comment on it. But in terms of and perhaps it it might be a question that I'll need to put to the applicants as well. I'd like to understand a little bit more about the use of the lobby area, this public space that's going to be open sort of 24/7 and open to all, notwithstanding that there's a proposal for, if I've correctly interpreted it, at ground floor level, retail, shops, restaurants, etc., mezzanine or first floor level, affordable, and this health hub. So in terms of, and the public will, the entrance to this area will be accessible to all, as it were, and comfort spaces as well. So in terms of security and protecting these specific designated areas, certainly above ground floor level, I'd like to know how that is going to go forward in securing those individuals that would ordinarily, so I'm thinking specifically in terms of the health hub, that would be in a purpose-built building and now are going to be integrated. The proposal is to be integrated within this office and retail space. So I'd like to know how they would somewhat be protected, and also we've got these roof terraces now because to the amendment of the original proposal, the flat facade was then introduced with these terraces, yes? So how has that been mitigated against noise pollution and noise that might be generated by the use of it against neighbours, residential adjacent neighbours? And could you say a little bit more about the use of the glazed windows, that sort of fairly, I think at ground, partially glazed and glazed windows at ground level? What's the purpose and function of those, please? And then to end with why it didn't go back to the design panel for comment.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and pick all those points, but remind me if I've missed any. The access to the health hub, the plan that's on the screen now shows the ground floor, and the area marked in pink is the sort of open lobby, the sort of multi-use space that is integrated into the design.
This is what I found difficult to read in the report because it was in black and white.
Ah,
referring to
apologies. Yes.
Spaces.
Yes. Sorry. So the sort of pink or lavender sort of area is the multi-use space at the base of the building. A dedicated entrance is provided for the health hub, for the mezzanine and the first floor on the bottom left there. So it'll have a front door on the Walworth Road in effect, and have its own dedicated entrance. So it will be it can act as an independent space that can be operated and managed in the best way to fulfil the needs of the operator, of the health operator.
That's not what was said. Forgive me if I'm wrong in the report, because it said all areas would be accessed via the lobby area. So
I don't remember phrasing it like that. The greeny units would have their own entrances off Walworth Road, and that's where the health use is proposed as one of the flexible uses. So people will be able to come in through that way.
and not via the lobby.
They wouldn't have to. The final layout, though, of the health hub and of that pink space is secured by a planning condition in the pink area, and through the proposed planning obligation for the health hub's actual layout, final layout details.
I was concerned about, okay.
Forgive me, Chair. Yes, the second item was about the roof terraces and the impact on amenity. Planning Committee will know that this comes up on a number of occasions, and in this instance, again, we have conditions securing the protecting, requiring or limiting the use of those terraces within a timescale.
It's condition 49 in the recommendation, so it would be from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Fridays would be the hours of uses for those terraces.
And additionally, Michael, which I didn't point out, the rooftop plant as well, because in the condition it's not explicit that there'll be a condition to control any potential noise that's generated from the use of that.
There's condition 51 is about plant noise, and the roof level plant would be covered by that condition, requiring a validation test to be undertaken.
Glazing.
Thank you, Chair. I think the glazing, the sort of obscured glazing that you're referring to, is glazing at the upper level on the mezzanine level. It's not on the ground floor, and it's potentially for because it would be a sensitive use, the medical use. It would be obscured, but probably let light in, but not visibility, clear visibility into that space. And it's sort of anticipate, it's planning ahead, if you like, for those needs. But the ground floor is designed to be active, and where people would interact with the building, it's designed to be clear and active, and inviting and welcoming, if you like, in that respect. The final point about the design review panel. It's the findings of the design review panel are in your report, in the report before you, paragraphs 223 and 224. The panel sometimes requires or recommends that the scheme come back to the panel. In this instance, they had been quite specific about the areas where there could be improvement, and asked and invited the applicants, if they needed further advice, to come back to the panel. The items that were presented to them were looked at, and the best the scheme was tweaked and adjusted after the panel, but they're not a decision-making body, the design review panel. Their remit is to make the best and to get the best out of every design. So they, if the applicant had a clear steer from the panel and had clear areas where they could address, not all were addressed, but a lot of them were responded to positively with the scheme that's before you, and so not every scheme that goes back to the panel. It only goes back if the time will allow, and if it's really necessary. Given the particular sort of circumstances. This one didn't go back to the design review panel, but the views of the panel were looked at, and where there was the opportunity to make corrections, make improvements, those were done.
Good.
Just not. I understand what you're saying, but that it's not a decision-making panel, and it doesn't have those powers. But it's their comments are in the report because we actually take note of them. And given that there were significant changes, and as you've already pointed out, not all of the recommendations were addressed, I would have thought, and given the controversy around and the change of use, putting it in small u as opposed to capital U, in the proposal, I would have thought it would have been helpful to, again, glean their comments on and views on it. But thank you, Michael.
Just to follow up on that quickly before I sort of go back to questions from members. How do we, I accept what you're saying about the design review panel not being a decision-making body, but if a design review panel says that they would like to see something come back, who takes a decision that actually it doesn't need to come back because it's met most but not all of the concerns that the DRP has set out? Does that go back to anybody in the DRP, or is that an officer decision?
It's not an officer decision. It's the decision of the applicant and their, I guess it's the timing of the application. It's the stage of the development, and sometimes there's, as I said, there's a very clear line of areas that the panel is very clear about the areas of that they're concerned about, and in this, as with all reviews, as well, and that was the case here too. They didn't. They endorsed, they supported the proposal. They endorsed the redevelopment of the site. They didn't have an issue of in terms of the land use. They felt it was an appropriate form of development on the site. They invited the applicant to come back if they wanted to look further at those areas, and it's often done that they are often invited back if the applicant has a clear steer and addresses the points raised, or most of the points raised by the panel. It's not necessary. It's not mandatory that they return back to the panel.
Thank you. Councillor Cumbo.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just start by thanking you for bearing with all our questions? There's obviously a significant amount of information here to wade through. I want to ask, well, initially just seek a point of clarification, and then I have a substantive question. It's with regard to the information that's been presented to us as the planning balance on page 26 of the presentation. I just want to check my understanding that under harms, which currently makes reference only to the losses of daylight and sunlight, the reason why the loss of housing that would have been delivered under the OPP doesn't appear there is because this is an assessment against the development plan rather than the outline plan permission. Is that right?
And that the approved reserve matters for all the other plots have secured at least the minimum residential floor space. That's been delivered from the outline planning permission, almost up to the very maximum residential floor space. I think there was a matter of a few thousand square metres left that plot H1 could come forward with. See if I could spot it here. Yes, so just under 2,000 square metres of residential is left off the maximum across the outline permission. So Lend-Lease have delivered the residential quantum in effect.
Thank you. And notwithstanding that answer, I wonder if, just for my understanding of the background, would you be able to let us know, of the benefits listed, which of those would not be delivered by a scheme that was in accordance with, say, the maximum parameters of the OPP?
You'd have less office space. I wouldn't be able to tell you quite how much. You may have a smaller health hub or less affordable workspace. You would still have some construction, jobs and training, but that's based on floor space, so you get proportionally fewer of those. Same with end-use jobs and training, because that's based on floor space. Public realm, it would depend on the footprint of the scheme design, so couldn't say about that one. Whether the public lobby would also shrink down from the minimum 500 square metres. The mayoral sill and borough sill are based on floor space, so they would reduce proportionately as well. And the financial contributions have been based on the number of trips generated and square meterage of the building, so those would reduce proportionately as well.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Papula.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to direct us back to the affordable workspace. It's noted under paragraph 92 that the applicant would make a contribution towards the category A fit out. It would be very nice to get clarification as to how large that contribution was. And the reason why I note that is because the reason as to why businesses want to occupy affordable workspaces because they may not be able to afford the full market rent, and there may be a significant barrier in terms of that fit out costs. So it would be good to get clarification either from you or maybe from the applicant as to how large that contribution that contribution is.
I can't remember if there's a figure, and if there is, what that figure is. So if you wouldn't mind asking the applicant, in the meantime I'll dig through the document and see what it says, if anything, about the actual amount that the contribution would be.
Thank you. Councillor Foster.
On the design, in the report, the language around the revisions to the appearance make them sound quite significant, where it says that the revised design is more interesting and dynamic. This is paragraph 221. And gives the building a striking appearance on each facade. The images provided that show the before and after, the differences seem to be extremely slight. I just wanted to note that. You have to look, I think, quite closely to tell the difference. I wanted to ask about one of the notes raised in the briefing we received from the objectors that regards the, so it's point 2 in the housing, where it says that because the area is a brownfield site, that there's an aspect of the London plan suggesting it should be optimised for housing. So I was wondering if that point could be addressed.
Yes, if I address the brownfield lands point. The London Plan H1 housing policy does say that brownfield sites where they are available and suitable should be maximised for their housing potential. Now the thing there is available and suitable. There's also a London Plan policy E1 offices, which says there should be a significant increase in office stock within the central activity zone and within town centres. So this site is within a central activity zone in the town centre. And that 367,000 square metres of office should be provided within the central activity zone up to 2041. And obviously since the 21 London Plan, the new Southwark Plan was published early this year, and that explicitly has a statement about creating 10,000 jobs in the Elephant and Castle area vision. And that includes 135,000 square metres of office space, including space on Elephant Park. So all development plans have to be read in the round. So rather than just a single policy, all the policies in the plan. And the most up-to-date policy in respect of this area and this site is the new Southwark Plan, which explicitly identifies office provision in Elephant Park. So if the site was being developed as housing, as Victoria said earlier, we would, look to optimise that housing developments. That's what the original outline planning permission was attempting to do, and what is before you, we are saying, reporting to you as a policy compliant development, delivering office within the central activity zone, within a town centre, in accordance with the New Southwark plan, and as Victoria set out earlier, also in accordance with the London plan policy, particularly policy E1. Michael might want to add about the views, but if you look, I suppose you're looking in the initial and revised design, you're kind of looking at the elevation, kind of almost in a kind of true elevation sense. If you look in the report at paragraph 220, you can see a view of the terracing that Michael was referencing earlier. And if you look at above paragraph 213, you get a view kind of obliquely along the elevation. So if you rather than looking at the sort of broad side of the elevation, when you're looking at the terracing, you get a much more of a sense of that crenellation and articulation. And if you look at the image above paragraph 213, where it's showing both the planting and the glazing that Councillor Soames referenced, you can see much more clearly that kind of folding in the elevation. And previously that was just a kind of flat fronted elevation, but now has that articulation. And whilst you're right, in terms of a volume, it's still a significant volume of office building. We do think that those changes are significant, I think, as you can see in those views, and they do give a much greater feeling of movement on the building and of the articulation of that mass, rather than it just being an extrusion out of the ground, which is what it was originally. And that's one of the things the design review panel commented on, that this was just a kind of extrusion out of the ground. It did have the fins on it, but it didn't have any movements in the elevation. And we think that those images, I think those images show more clearly how that you get that impression if you were walking around the building. This is probably not illustrating that in as strong as it could do. It is an important view, nonetheless, and clearly this is going to, part of the design intent here is also how light plays on the building, on both the fins but also on those articulations.
So I understand you correctly, you're saying that the images that were presented here to illustrate the distinction between the original design and the revised design don't really do that effectively.
I think I take your point about you're looking at that and saying, I can't see much of a difference between one and the other.
I'm actually not sure at all what the difference is between the bottom two images.
Yeah, but if you look in the reports, it shows on the plan. There's a previously you had the fins, which were providing the patination on that elevation, but otherwise it was just a flat elevation. And subsequently, Michael, discussing with the architects, have introduced that kind of concertina ring on the elevation, which is, I think, more clearly shown above paragraph 213 in the main report. So if you have a look at that, where you're looking along the building, then you're seeing that kind of movement. And in addition, there are the terraces. They're not huge terraces, but nonetheless, they're terraces which further break up that articulation, which you would see, I think in reality you'd see it more clearly than necessarily it's appearing on that image on the screen, or indeed in the report pack, where I think you've got it in black and white, which is kind of slightly deadening the effects. I think we all experience London and the way light plays on buildings, and that's really important, and quite subtle moves can make a huge difference to the way buildings appear. And we thought it was really important that we respond to the design review panel points and get the applicant to make those moves. And I can confirm it was quite a long conversation with the applicant team, and there was a lot of pushback from it, but Michael and Victoria put in a tremendous effort to I think get a good result.
Councillor Soames.
Victoria, sorry to labour the point, but I did read it in the report. The upper levels of the proposed building would be accessed through the lobby, so presumably that would incorporate the health hub. So I didn't read that it would have its own dedicated entrance. So I'd like you to point me to and to be absolutely clear that they would have that specific point
Councillor
of
Soames,
entry.
what paragraph is it you're referring to?
Paragraph 26.
Thank you.
I think on page 16, where it clearly says that all upper levels will be accessed through the lobby, which is the public access area. Doesn't mention that, those dedicated spaces would have their own discrete entrance, because I am concerned about security for those specific areas. The other thing I wanted to understand, Michael, sustainability of the fins. What's the longevity around that? And Colin has mentioned the play of light, etc. I mean, it's an interesting design on its own, and this is a sort of standalone. But how does it, and you've mentioned, the references to the railways and Faraday, etc., but how does it fit in with the rest of the proposed and existing buildings? Because somehow it doesn't, and it just seems as this really dark, and Councillor Whittam referenced Ayers Rock, or as the Aboriginals would call it, a ruler, and it just seems out, and I don't know how, from a design perspective and in the wider context of the development of that area, this fits in. On the most elaborate flowery language.
Thank you, Chair. All I might say is actually I quite like Ayers Rock, and it's a really beautiful feature. So this is it's. I think there's two things I wanted to talk about. One is the coloration and the fins. They will have an environmental effect. They stand proud of the glass facade of the building, and with their alignment will provide shading to the glass facade, and will improve the environmental performance of the building in that respect. They will be detailed as very, very carefully, and we have conditions to look at, not just how they are, how they will be constructed, but mock-ups will be constructed, and we will be able to see we will be able to see them before they can be installed on the building, and the coloration is intended to be sort of more earthy in character, which is responds to the kind of earthy tones of a lot of the Walworth area, the red brick and the brick character of the area. It is you might say, when you look at that picture, strata, which is of its age and so on, but it has a very distinctive sort of character and aesthetic of its own, very different to the character of the area, but has fitted in and is part of your experience of Walworth. And I think in that respect, this building will too. The coloration is difficult to kind of pin down. We would, we would certainly condition it, and we would look at it when it very closely when the actual cladding material is proposed and constructed.
Councillor Cumbo.
Thank you. Forgive me, you will find this a pedantic question, but I'm just keen, I'm always keen to understand what it is I'm reading. Since we've been referred back to paragraph 220, there was a line in here that did sort of strike me as slightly jarring. That this undulating wave-like pattern of magnetic fields adds interest and delight. I'm not an architect. Are we using delight as an architectural term, or is it someone's opinion? And if so, whose opinion is it?
Well, I suppose it is an opinion. It is in our opinion that it would add interest and delight. Without them, without those fins, without that pattern, it would be a very ordinary-looking building. If you stripped that away, you would get strip glass windows with metal cladding, without any, articulated with those sort of folds as they are presented to you. But the fins introduce a play, if you like, relative to the sort of the mass of the building, and introduce a layer to that facade. They add, as Colin mentioned, a light and shadow, and they introduce depth to the facade, as well as a different dimension, which will play with the light as the sun plays across it. So I do think that otherwise it would be a very dull building, perhaps. And I think there is some richness in there. I mean, the reference to Faraday is contextual, is local, is probably relatively kind of obtuse, but it gives real life to the building.
Okay, let's not get into a semantic argument about whether you can have relative delight.
No, I just wanted to say thank you. I'm not an architect. I genuinely respect your knowledge, and I feel I learned something from that, so thank you.
Thank you. Unless there's any further questions, I wanted to follow up just very briefly on the health hub issue. In Victoria's presentation, she picked up that a number of different purposes of the health hub, including primary care and potentially GP provision. What we've got in the addendum report from the Health Authority suggests that is not something they're looking at particularly at the moment in terms of GP provision. They specifically said that the local GPs wouldn't be, or certainly haven't made any indication they're likely to move from their current premises, and there wouldn't be any pressure for them to do so. So just to check that where we're considering that, it's probably the NHS's view that would supersede that more broad view. Is that a fair summary of where we are, given the information from the NHS?
I think what the CCG have said in the addendum, one of the bullet points in paragraph 3, where it says, as far as the CCG is aware, both the Princess Street Surgery and Manor Place Surgery have no immediate plans to move or close their practices and will continue to provide high quality care. Is that what you were referring to?
Yeah. And it would be for them to, our understanding is it would be for them to determine that rather than the CCG to push them. Okay, thank you. Councillor Foster.
On the health hub, so the health hub is not a guaranteed part of the application. It could be affordable workspace instead. If the application had no reference to a health hub, I'm curious as to what the view of you would have been in terms of, or how you'd assess the application as a whole. In other words, how important is the health hub as part of the application?
The health hub gets a mention within the Southwark Plan policies for the Elephant and Castle area to recognise that there has been a long-established need to deliver one. This is the first site that's come forward and actually proposed one in an application. But as you say, if a health hub doesn't come forward or was never proposed in this application, then the scheme would be complying with the affordable workspace policy, which is the same P31, which allows for exceptional circumstances for other uses to come forward instead. So if it were 10% affordable workspace, then that use and proportion is policy compliant as well. So I don't think it would change the overall recommendation.
Thank you. Okay, I'm not seeing any other indications. Thank you. I know that was a very long session, and I hope that was useful. We're going to now move on to representations. So first of all, does anyone present wish to speak in objection to the application? I understand there are a number of people in the audience. So if you'd like to come forward, apologies that we only seem to have 2 chairs at the front, but we'll try and provide some additional chairs so that you can sit up at the front. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to give you 3 minutes to present. Could you want to?
Could we introduce ourselves first?
I was about to say that. I'm going to give you 3 minutes to present, but I'll allow you to introduce yourselves first and then open up. And as I understand it, Jerry, you're going to be presenting, but all 4 people are available for questions. Is that correct?
Yes, I shall be presenting. I'm Jerry Flynn from the 35% campaign and also formerly resident of the Haygate estate.
I am Norma Lawrence, a present resident of Wansea Street, just across the road from the development. Not this particular one, but the Elephant Park.
I'm Harps from Southwark Law Centre.
Good evening, Jeremy Leach, the Walworth Society.
Okay, I'll let you start your 3 minutes.
These are our objections, and we believe they are all material and relevant to this application. The applicant already holds the permission to build homes on this plot, and the proposal to build an office block instead is a radical change of direction. The applicant has also delivered 10% less affordable housing on Elephant Park than required by policy on the strength of a viability assessment that is now 10 years old. This plot is a brownfield site and should be maximised for housing under the London Plan, because it is a suitable site for housing, it has planning permission, and it has a PTAL rating of 6 as required by London Plan H1B2. The loss of housing that could have been built under the permission or could otherwise be built should be considered by this committee, and there should be a new viability assessment to establish whether the maximum amount of affordable housing has been delivered on Elephant Park. The applicant offers a health hub instead of affordable workspace, citing exceptional circumstances, but gives no guarantee that a health hub will actually be provided. The proposed 30-year lease for the health hub is too short. Another concern is the probable loss or possible loss of the Princess Street and Manor Place surgery should the hub be built. While the hub would provide more up-to-date facilities, the impact on the local health provision extends beyond this site and demands a comprehensive consultation before, not after, the determination of this application. There is little community space for hire at affordable costs for social rail events on Elephant Park. The lease terms for more such space, known as the trunk, have not been concluded and the trunk is too small. The application should not be approved until this space is improved and the letting arrangements are finalised. The applicant undertook extensive local consultation on the design of the residential buildings that were originally to be on Plot H1, which resulted in a design that was sympathetic with its surroundings. This approach was abandoned for the office block, and the result has been the design, which the design review panel has referred to as overly bulky. The design should be returned to the panel before any approval is given for this application. This proposal does not comply with the energy policy requirements to reduce CO2 by 40% on site, achieving only 38%. This is a long way short of the commitment the applicant gave in 2009 to strive to reduce CO2 below zero as part of the Clinton Climate Initiative. The application should not be approved without a full 40% on-site reduction and detailed commitments to invest in non-carbon energy sources. The Council has an outstanding enforcement action for a social rent property on Elephant Park to establish whether or not the home is being let at social rent, raising concerns about other such homes. The application should not be approved until this enforcement action is resolved. The applicant has not yet fully met its obligation under the outline planning permission to help with the relocation of traders displaced from the demolished shopping centre by supplying affordable retail space. The application should not be approved until at least the minimum requirement of affordable retail space is in occupation. Thank you.
That is bang on 3 minutes, so congratulations on meeting the time. Questions from the committee? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Jerry and for that matter, the rest of you, I wondered to what extent you've had subsequent engagement and consultation with Lend-Lease about the proposal we're looking at tonight, rather than the extensive consultation which took place about the original proposal. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about that.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Councillor. I think that's a really good question that goes to the heart of this, and I'd just like to, as somebody along with a number of people and lots of people, I just want to go back to the master plan process, which is sort of indicative of the issues here. So the previous master plan development process, back in 2011-12 was very long, and it did involve extensive engagement with a huge number of local individuals and groups. And the design theme there, as has been talked about extensively here, was the idea of the tower and the podium, and that, fitting in, especially in relation to the northern end of the Walworth Road, with that high street feel. Human scale at ground floor, and certainly not a sort of 9 metre high, and fitting with very much with that high street feel. Those are then subsequently been built out, and then what we have with this application is something really a huge variation with that approach, exactly as you've sensed. Very different to the outline regeneration and outline planning permission. And this is really key points. Twice the mass for this site that was consented, and then the other thing that talks to the bulk of it, a single tower rather than the flow of the tower and podium approach and the human scale at ground floor. As has been emphasised, design review panel cited that as overly bulky in character, and that's where it comes to it, Councillor, that the process was so different. There wasn't that engagement. There was here is the design, this is what we're going to build here, totally different in character, and there has been really no engagement locally. So, as you've seen, 430 objections, many relating to design, little, as councillors have pointed out, virtually no difference to what was originally, and then very crucially, not going back to design review panel. So the whole process terribly different, and I think we feel that overall the building remains unchanged, and there's been no real response to the comments that were made around design. As you can see, hard to tell the difference, and it remains very, very dominant. It's a very dominant bulk, overlooking in particular the properties 82 to 96 Walworth Road. And I think it's that engagement, it's that issue of engagement that's produced something that's so different in character, and maybe being intimated is so out of character with the rest of the development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further questions from the committee? Can I ask a question which was, hopefully you've read the addendum report, in particular points made about the health hub, and just wanted to see whether that gave any reassurance on those particular points, or whether you had any further points to make on that issue.
Yes, thank you for sending the addendum before the committee meeting a couple of hours ago. It doesn't really clarify further. Well, it does clarify a bit further than the officer's report, but it doesn't give any more commitment to providing a health hub. And you'll see from our briefing paper that a key concern was that these discussions had not got very far ahead beyond the memorandum, which didn't say too much. There have been some initial diagrams. But what's interesting about this is that the CCG has engaged, I'm looking at the last two bullet points on page 3, that the CCG has engaged architects to undertake a piece of work looking at the local population health needs and demand to inform the service mix for the new hub. This should be complete in October. So we're at very early stages here. There hasn't been a consultation, and a query why architects are undertaking a piece of work looking at the local population health needs, maybe to inform the design, but it doesn't really specify. But there's no sort of clear commitment here to what kind of services there'll be. There's a comment about what in other health hubs, one in Dulwich, what the CCG would expect, but nothing in relation to what the local area needs. And it doesn't really give any more assurance that what the needs are will be met by this local health hub and that the design will be able to incorporate that. And then it goes on further that that piece of work is happening in November, where there'll be involvement of the local community and the CCG, obviously now the Integrated Care Service, looking at how best to have a consultation, and that will be taken to the Southwark Strategic Partnership Board in the first week of November. So really a big question for us when we saw this is, why is this planning application coming to Planning Committee now to decide on things that are going to be further fleshed out this month and next month?
Okay. Further questions? Councillor Foster.
Sorry,
Jerry.
Sorry, if I could just add to that. Yes, it provides little reassurance, really, because it still leaves the direction of future health provision in the area very much hostage to the outcome of negotiations between Southwark, the CCG, and the applicant, and we don't think this is the way things should be done. This is going to have ramifications beyond this site. It's going to have ramifications for every single patient who attends either Princess Street and Manor Place, which includes my own family, by the way. And I know that what might seem, I don't know, quite a mundane issue, such as how far is it to walk to the surgery, that's going to be uppermost in people's minds. If people have to walk down the road to Manor Place to get to the surgery, now find they're going to have to walk down the road a lot further to get to the surgery because it's in the health hub, then that is a big question for them. And also what isn't addressed is, while the health hub while what we have seen refers to serving the patients of Princess Street and Manor Place, it doesn't say anything about the population that the development is bringing into Elephant Park. Now, these are all very big questions. We don't have any answers to them, but we would like to be part of the discussion before a decision is made, which effectively presents people with a fait accompli about a health hub, if we do get a health hub, because we don't even know. We may get a full health hub, we may get a health hub and a bit of affordable workspace, or we may get all affordable workspace. We don't think you should be given a permission on that basis this evening.
Can I just add one thing? Just an area of disagreement really quickly. It says in this note as well that without the required planning permission, the CCG has had no formal discussions with primary care providers about this and no decisions have been taken, but we don't agree that planning permission is needed to do that. We think the consultation should have been going on for the past 2 years. It could have been going on, or maybe a year and a half since this planning application has been being formulated.
Thank you. Well, that might be a question for the CCG. Anyway, Sam, Councillor Foster.
I wanted to ask about the carbon reduction. You pointed out that the proposal doesn't meet the requirement for 40% reduction in CO2 and falls a little short of that. We heard earlier that the shortfall will be made up with carbon offset payments, and I was wondering what you make of that as a mitigation for not being compliant.
Thank you. Yes, it is a very small amount. It's 2%, and it just leaves us wondering, well, why can't it be done? Why isn't it done? It is policy compliant to make the offset payment, but we think the applicant should be aiming higher, particularly in the light of the pledge they made back in 2009 to strive to reduce CO2 below zero. Well, this is very far from below zero, and things, as we all know, have got a lot worse since then. So we think for a development of this kind, there should be no doubt it should be 40% on site. I think I'm correct in saying as well that this development is going to be drawing its heat from the site-wide heating system, and that is being run by gas boilers. So this really isn't a great development, sustainability speaking.
Okay. Right. Sorry, Jeremy, you look as if you're itching to say something.
Just terribly quickly, and obviously you'll know this more than us, but I think that the direction of travel for Southwark Council with its climate emergency pledges towards net zero, towards the removal of offset payments, is a very strong one. And obviously this is not this is not in tune with that movement. I just think the climate change policies around Southwark are very strong, and this should be in tune with that. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions from the committee. So thank you very much for coming to address us. If you can return to your seats, and of course you're welcome to listen to the rest of the committee meeting. Could I ask the applicants to come forward, please, once the objectors have a chance to sit down? And apologies about the need to drag your seats up. Okay, thank you. So again, as we said to the objectors, we'll allow you to introduce yourselves, and then you've got 3 minutes to address the committee. So over to you.
Thank you. I'm Angela Brennan. I'm the project lead for Elephant Park, working for Lend-Lease.
Good evening. I'm Jonathan Smith from DP9 Planning Consultants for Lend-Lease.
Good evening, Tony Rackstraw, Programme Director for the local NHS partners.
Thank you. Okay.
I was just going to say, it's probably also worth noting, we've got our daylight sunlight consultant here, we've got representatives from the architects, and also our MD for sustainability as well. We won't introduce everyone, but they're behind us should questions arise.
Thank you very much. You have 3 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair and members, for your time this evening. We're here tonight to present our planning application for Plot H1 at Elephant Park. We've been working in partnership with Southwark Council since 2010 to deliver a bold vision for regeneration at Elephant Park. Our proposals for H1 will complement the existing mix of homes, shops and public realm by providing a brand new commercial building for Elephant and Castle, delivering more jobs, investment and sustainable growth to the area, whilst also providing new community spaces and contributing to one of Southwark's most loved high streets, Walworth Road. Designed by architects Acme, our proposals for H1 are a direct response to current planning policy and the Council's vision for Elephant and Castle, meeting a strategic need for jobs and economic growth that have been identified in both the Southwark Plan and London Plan. The building will deliver enough new workspace to accommodate around 3,500 people each day. These people in turn will make a significant contribution towards the local area, helping to support Elephant and Castle's growing community of independent retailers and businesses, providing job opportunities for Southwark residents, and ultimately supporting the long-term sustainability of the local economy. The building's design aims to meet the health, wellbeing and environmental priorities being set by today's most forward-thinking businesses, and will set new standards for workplace in the post-pandemic world. Located directly next to the park, H1 further builds on Elephant Park's green and sustainable vision, with more trees, green terraces and a range of environmental measures that respond to the climate emergency. These include the extensive and innovative use of cross-laminated timber for the office floors, which will reduce the building's embodied carbon by around half when compared to similar buildings. And the building is targeting both BREEAM Outstanding and WELL Gold accreditation to ensure we are creating a workspace that's truly fit for the future. But the building will deliver a lot more than just new workspace. We've been working closely with the Council and the NHS on accommodating a new community health hub. This has been a long-standing ambition for the Council, but the pandemic has further demonstrated the value that it could provide in tackling health inequalities across this part of Southwark. As well as a new health hub, a significant proportion of the ground floor of the building will be delivered as a publicly accessible space, open to the community as a place to meet, chat, study, relax and socialise. And whilst H1 is a new opportunity for the regeneration of the site, it will also continue to deliver on the commitments of the Elephant Park Master Plan that received outline consent in 2013. For example, it will complete the northern end of Walworth Road, retaining the existing mature trees that have stood for over 40 years, and ensure all of the Master Plan site-wide strategies and benefits are realised. We're excited to have our proposals before you this evening. We look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you. That was within time as well, so we were well-disciplined people today. Questions from the committee. Councillor Whittam.
Is it Tom?
Tony.
Tony. Do you work for the NHS or do you work for Lend-Lease?
I work for the NHS, so I'm Programme Director for the ICS, for the estates team within the integrated care system.
So can you tell us how far negotiations have gone and what you think of the 30-year lease?
Yes, I can do. So we're in detailed discussion, well, reasonably detailed discussions for this stage in terms of the process with Lend-Lease and the council around taking on that space. And we're there's been a long-term ambition for the last 25 years to find space for a health hub in the Elephant and Castle area. So we think this is a huge opportunity for the local community to provide that health hub. In terms of the 30-year lease, that's actually quite normal for the NHS. Just in terms of commitments, we'd normally, from a property perspective, we'd normally have security of tenure within that lease, so we would have the option to extend that. And as the NHS, a lot of the services have contracts in perpetuity, so that they have the opportunity to extend that. There are lots of property restrictions and compliant taxes and other things for longer term leases for the NHS that actually preclude us from having longer leases, so that's quite normal. GPs, for example, normally have 15 to 25 years, so it's quite normal for us for that.
Is this on health issues still?
And can you tell us when you would involve the community in any decisions, especially with regard to the other GP practices in the area?
So we've been doing quite a bit of work with both of the primary care networks in Southwark over the last year, developing, looking at medium to longer term plans for general practice. Generally, there's an under-provision of general practice in the north of the borough. So we are developing plans, but no decisions have been made. And actually, what we will be doing next, and some of the references to the work with Partnership Southwark, and also the work that we're getting the healthcare planning team within the architects to develop around public health needs. We will be engaging with the public around the services that are needed on site alongside other stakeholders. So we would normally do that after the planning permission, because there'd be a huge commitment in terms of resources, time and public money in developing those solutions in detail. So that would be the next stage after planning approval, would be to have an extensive engagement process around what services are needed, including public, voluntary sector and the existing services. There's a lot of work at the moment around redesigning services and designing services to meet the local population health needs. Much more emphasis, in fact, on that through the integrated care system. So through the new body for health.
Councillor Soames.
Thank you, Chair. In your presentation, you made reference to post-pandemic world, and I think there's a general acknowledgement that working practices have evolved and changed as we emerge from the pandemic, notwithstanding that recently TfL have proposed cuts to buses because, in their view, the public have not returned to offices and central London and office space pre-COVID, and that we know that they're at worst, organisations have continued to work from home, and at best they've introduced a hybrid package, evidence in this building. So what evidence do you have that there is a demand for office space in the Elephant and Castle, please? And that this building would actually...
No, I think it's a really good question. I think office demand and the way offices were being used pre-pandemic were already starting to change in terms of the way in which organisations wanted to use that space. And what we've seen starting to emerge post-pandemic is very much a real shift in terms of way organisations like to occupy space, whereby there's a bit of a consolidation, there's a real need to create collaboration spaces, to create reasons for people to come back into the office itself. In terms of a drive to, improve culture, improve productivity for an organisation as well. And I think we all know the hybrid teams in a meeting room is never always that successful. I think the market itself is starting to return to pre-COVID levels. So, speaking with our local agents, Q2 of this year saw demand back to pre-COVID levels and tracking above the 10-year average. And what we're finding as well is occupiers are generally increasing their demand for space when they move because of the way in which they're wanting to use their spaces. But what's more important actually is that real demand and that flight to quality. So occupiers are starting to, I think most organisations have set very clear ESG objectives and goals. And so occupiers are starting to look very much for property and real estate that starts to reflect where they're setting themselves up.
ESG?
Environmental, social and governance goals, so very much picking up around their sustainability objectives, their socioeconomic and how they contribute in terms of to the world more generally as such. That real flight to quality focuses very much around high quality grade A office stock with strong sustainability credentials that meets their broader objective as well. And what we're seeing in London as well is there's been a real constriction as well in terms of grade A office space. So we're very confident in terms of both Elephant and Castle as a destination. And I think we've really seen that identity and that shift to Elephant and Castle starting to become a recognised town centre, the value that an office brings in terms of that town centre piece, but also the connection to the park, to the green space, and to something that is quite unique in terms of an office offering within the London market is something that we're confident that the market will respond to.
Okay. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to loop back to my earlier question about community involvement, specifically paragraph 476 of the report, where it seeks to summarise some of the concerns that the objectors raised. I will paraphrase it for brevity. The statement of community involvement details local consultation for plot H1. These consultations did not contain any proposals for a large freestanding block. There has been no engagement with the local community. If we were to take that at face value, that would imply a bait and switch, effectively. I wonder if you could comment a little bit on what level of local community engagement has taken place for this design, and if there hasn't been much, why not?
No, absolutely. We consulted on this building during the pandemic, so it was probably a slightly different approach to being able to consult to what we have done previously. We set up an online consultation platform to try and reach as many people as possible, which included details of all the proposals and enabled feedback to be provided through both rounds of consultation prior to the application being submitted. That online portal was advertised with flyer drops within the opportunity area of around 12,000 flyers, which also included phone numbers and email addresses that people could call if they didn't have access to the internet or weren't comfortable using the web to seek out information as such. 194 feedback forms were received, but we also held resident face-to-face COVID secure pop-up consultations. We set up opportunities for secure drop-in appointments as well over the period as well. We also picked up one-to-one appointments via video calls when the COVID restrictions came back in, which prevented us from meeting people face-to-face. And we also conducted a number of stakeholder briefings via video call as well. So, through the actual design phase and the like, we reached out and we connected out to the broader community. We placed adverts in Southwark News as well, advertising the consultations in both events. And then we also, following submission of the application, we also had a post-consultation feedback session on Sayer Street where restrictions had been lifted, so enabled it to be a real drop-in kind of grab passerbys and the like as well, to update them on what had been submitted as part of the application.
Councillor Cumbo.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks very much for your comments. You've heard from the objectors that they believe we should consider the loss of the potential housing in relation to what was in the OPP. Do you believe we should consider that? And if so, what would you like us to consider from you?
Thank you, Councillor. I think I'll kind of leave it to your officers to kind of formally advise you what you should consider in relation to that. But I think what officers did set out to you, and we'd kind of set to set out to you, is that the outline master plan featured an element of housing, and it was a maximum amount of residential floor space, which has been delivered within the plots that have already been brought before the committee to date. The last plot that was brought to this committee was plot H7 in February 2020, which was reported as the last housing plot within the master plan, and delivered most of the residential floor space that could be delivered under the master plan. And I think, as Victoria referred to earlier, there's less than 2,000 square metres remaining within that quantum. So we think overall the master plan has optimised the delivery of housing on the site. The allocation or the decision to bring forward a commercial office building on H1 is one that we think can contribute to the master plan and contribute to Elephant and Castle. We think it adds something different. We think it responds to the very clear priority from the council to grow Southwark's economy, to attract jobs, to attract investment, to improve social mobility. There was an element of business floor space accommodated within the master plan, but it wasn't a significant element. It was a supporting element. We think there's an opportunity now to respond to that agenda from the council, but also to respond to changes in the London office market in where office occupiers are going. So as well as the changes that Angela has talked about, what we're seeing is that people are less attracted to the traditional office centres like the City and the West End, but they are more attracted to newer locations like Canada Water, like Elephant and Castle, like Stratford, where they can be closer to parks, to open spaces, closer to where they live. So we think by bringing forward an office building on H1, we are actually contributing to the master plan through the jobs, through the placemaking benefits, improved footfall for local businesses, etc. So we'd ask that the what can be referred to as the loss of housing or the not bringing forward housing on this plot would be seen in that context of the additional benefits that officers can provide.
You got a follow-up question, Councillor Cumbo?
Well, I have another question, but I don't know if you would like to take someone else before me.
I'll allow you to go.
Oh, thank you. Forgive me because you may have covered this briefly and I may have missed it. You've also heard the question about the design review panel and the decision not to go back to them. Again, I just wondered if there was anything you wanted to say on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Design review panels are an important part of the process, particularly for schemes of this size and nature. The London Plan requires that major developments go through design review panel, and we engaged in that process, and we took their feedback very seriously. So after receiving the design review panel's comments, we responded to those comments and engaged with officers in further discussions. And I suppose the design review panel comments don't have to be fully enacted or changed in order to be responded to. So some of the responses that we provided were to further justify why our scheme was designed the way it was. So, for example, in relation to the deep floor plates, that is largely driven by the types of tenants that we're looking to attract with the building. So in order to provide space for office workers to interact, to socialise, etc., we felt that was the right response. So we engaged with officers and we went back and we responded to all of the comments that were made by the panel. And through those further discussions, it was felt that there wasn't anything that needed to go back to the panel again, and there wasn't a further policy requirement to do that. But it was an important part of the process, absolutely.
Councillor Papula.
I wanted to ask what the level of contribution would be towards the fit out, because I've seen and noted that in previous schemes, I don't believe a sufficient amount was provided to those businesses for them to then occupy those spaces, which has subsequently led to affordable workspace just being left quite empty. So it would be quite good if you could provide clarification as to the amount you would be providing to these businesses if, of course, you don't get the CCG involved.
I think in terms of the affordable workspace, as far as fit-out contribution goes, obviously there will be a contribution that goes into that. What that actual number is yet to be determined. What we have agreed with officers is that the affordable workspace rent will be discounted by 25% as a standard discount across the 30 years required, and that we have also agreed to cap the service charge level at the £4.50. Which obviously the £4.50 service charge cap is in excess. It's not covered by policy as such. Policy only covers obviously the rent term and the duration and the amount of floor space provided. But one of the things we will be working through is exactly that, is what the fit-out contribution is and what the specification is of the space when that gets handed over, should it be used for affordable workspace.
But if I could just add, I think there will be a fit-out specification that's included in the Section 106 agreement, which we will need to provide for that affordable workspace.
Can I ask a question about carbon? So there was a point that was made by the objectors whilst the what's been proposed on the carbon when things were determined back in 2013 might have looked quite good, but the world has moved on a great deal. The council's policy now is for a minimum of 40% carbon reduction. You've managed to get to 38. One of the comments the objectors said, well, why not squeeze the other 2% out of there to get to a fully compliant scheme? And I obviously understand some of the issues around the gas system for the Elephant Park scheme, but it'd be useful to know a little bit more, what potential is there to get the further 2%?
Yes, I can do. Yeah, I'll kind of start to answer that question in terms of the 106 agreement and policy. So we have a slightly unusual situation here, maybe, where we have a master plan site with a planning permission that was granted back in 2013, when energy policy was all around supporting district heat networks and gas-powered networks. And the Elephant Park master plan was required to deliver that network and for buildings to connect into it. As we know, the climate emergency has moved very quickly, and technology is moving very quickly, and policy has also changed. So to a degree, we're caught between two sort of phases of energy policy here, one of which is to require developers to use gas-fired networks and connect into them, and then emerging policy, which is moving towards all electric buildings because of the decarbonisation of the grid. So Paul will go on to explain in a bit more detail how this translates into the Elephant Park scheme, but we are slightly caught between two policy requirements, one of which is to connect into the district heating network that exists on the site, and that's a London Plan policy requirement, and the second being the Southwark policy to achieve carbon savings. But I'll hand over to Paul, MD for Sustainability at Lend-Lease, to explain a bit more.
Thank you very much. As Angela said, I'm Paul King. I head up sustainability for Lend-Lease in Europe. Can I just start by saying, we as Lend-Lease fully commend the position that Southwark have taken in terms of declaring a climate emergency. I believe it's probably the most significant challenge that we all face today, and it's an issue that Lend-Lease takes incredibly importantly. I personally was an environmental campaigner for over 20 years before joining Lend-Lease, and I joined Lend-Lease precisely because it took these issues as seriously as it does. In the last couple of years, the company has actually set targets to be net zero carbon by 2025, but also a sector-leading target to be absolute zero carbon by 2040 with no offsets, which we're working towards. So within that context, it follows that we're absolutely committed and very minded to deliver as sustainable a building as we possibly can in the case of H1, and that's what we set out to do. The challenge we've got, as just set out by my colleague, is that we are required by policy, both under the Section 106 originally from 2013, but also GLA policy, to connect to the heat network. This is a priority heat network area, and there's an existing scheme that is sized appropriately, and in fact a scheme that will actually be more efficient as a result of attaching an office use, daytime use, to complement the residential uses of that network at the moment. What we've done through the design, and the experts have done through the design of the building, is to deliver exceedingly energy efficient design and facade, and that achieves a 24% reduction in Part L. In addition to that, the savings that we get from what is still a very energy efficient district heat network is an additional 14, and that's how we get to the 38%. What I can say in addition is from the very beginning, when the network was put in place, although we weren't required to, we committed to make that a net zero scheme. So in fact, we have made provision for all of the emissions to be offset with green gas certificates. So that's biomass that's injected into the grid to offset the natural gas. The other thing is that we've got a written commitment from the operator, which is E.ON, to further improve the energy efficiency of the network and indeed to decarbonise it fully by 2040. So there are two steps. There's a step initially to improve the efficiency by 2025 and then to fully decarbonise it by replacing the gas completely by 2040. So over the next few years, this will significantly exceed the 40% target. If I may, just very quickly, just to say we've also taken a view of the whole life carbon. Part L only looks at one element of the building's energy use, which is the regulated energy use. We've taken a view of the whole life carbon over 60 years, and the target design that we have would put this as one of the most efficient buildings in London today. It achieves a whole life carbon score significantly less than the GLA's aspirational target, and the target that REBA have set as an aspirational target for 2030. So this really would be an exceptional building.
Can I just so I can understand the 2025 point a little bit better, are you saying that there's the potential at this building to get to above 40% on the basis of that, or are you just talking more globally about Lend-Lease's policy?
Sorry. Yes, what I'm referring to is the decarbonisation plan for the district heat network. So that the plan that it can actually, E.ON have already identified ways in which the network can be made more efficient, reducing transmission losses, slightly cooler water that still provides adequate heat, and so on and so forth, as they are carrying out a feasibility study to actually look at sources of waste heat, including from the London Underground, that could actually fuel the heat network as a replacement fuel in the future.
Okay, so it's a potential to do there, but it's not solid enough to be part of this application, is what
That's correct,
yep. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Foster.
I just wanted to follow up on the point around the community engagement process that you undertook. Clearly doing it during the pandemic adds a lot of challenges, but the response in terms of the reactions to the application has been overwhelmingly negative. The number of objections is extremely high at over 400, and by comparison the positive comments are very, very few. So I was wondering about your reaction to that. I mean, you spoke in your initial comments about the contributions made to the area. The response from the area so far does not seem to agree that it would make a positive contribution. So I'm interested to know your reactions in general.
Yeah, look, I think, as you say, it was definitely a challenging and slightly different way to have to think creatively as to how we consulted with the broader community as such. I think Elephant Park and Elephant Castle has a long history of people who are, very committed to their local community. They're very passionate about it as well. And I think the evidence in terms of the engagement level with the consultation showed that as such. We have listened to the feedback. We've adjusted things as we've gone through the design as such in terms of improving things like the vertical greening and the landscape at the facade line to really start to enhance that public realm and really focus on the integration of the building with the ground plane and what I would argue is already an extremely popular and successful public realm outcome at Elephant Park. I think it's starting to evolve and really focus that ground plane as well in terms of strengthening connections with the local history around introduction of the curved facade that reflects some of the Victorian shop fronts and the like, and very much focusing as well in terms of how do we evolve and adjust the provision within the active lobby to really create a space for the community to see that as an extension in terms of what they do. We're very keen, especially as the design starts to evolve further, hopefully following a successful outcome tonight, that public lobby and what that starts to look like will also give us that opportunity to engage further with the community. And I think, as Tony mentioned earlier as well, that broader engagement on the health hub requirements as far as services is going to be key. So we very much see there's an ongoing consultation period on various topics of the building design and the like that we're very keen to progress as the design evolves as well.
Yeah, Councillor Foster.
Thanks. You emphasised the role of the health hub in terms of serving the community and a big part of this application, but it's not a guaranteed part to it. And something that was raised as well by the objectors is the uncertainty around the future of this provision, the fact that consultation engagement has not yet been done, that agreements haven't been reached with the NHS, that the local surgeries have no plans to move. So what is the reason why the application has been brought at this time, and rather than doing that work ahead of time and securing it so that it can be brought to a committee and we can make a decision knowing for certain what the future of the area is going to be in terms of the health provision?
Yeah, I think I'll ask Tony back up to sort of explain to you from an NHS perspective why it works. But I think just to clarify, the proposal is to bring forward either a health hub or the affordable workspace to meet that requirement. So if the scheme is not able to secure terms for whatever reason with the health hub, then a policy compliant affordable workspace provision will be brought forward in its place.
No, I know, I understand that. But you've emphasised the role of that, and it sounds from the application and from your comments as though it's something that's important to you, to the application.
Yes.
As the lights turn.
I'll hand over to Tony at this point.
It's certainly very important to us, and I outlined that there has been a long-term ambition to secure a health hub within the Elephant and Castle area, and that's been stated in a number of state strategies for the CCG PCT. In fact, going back to that long, and it's a really important opportunity. In terms of engagement with all the health partners, what is difficult to understand with health is that is a number of organisations. It isn't a single one. So I'm representing the ICS or the CCG, which was the commissioning side. But actually, what we have is a group of providers that we need to bring together. And we've had discussions with all of those. As I've mentioned before, we're having discussions with the primary care network around future provision of general practice and GP services. There are a number of outdated and inappropriate buildings that are not fit for future, and we are starting to have those discussions. There are no decisions made, and we do need to engage the public. and stakeholders around actually redesigning those services, the services that are needed within the health hub. So there's an extensive piece of work, and then you start to bring in the property arrangements, the legal advisors, and all of those other bits to secure all of that, which requires an extensive business case process, design, and professional support. And until we've got a live scheme, there's you don't do all of that until you've actually got a confirmed scheme. So the planning approval will trigger a lot of that work to deliver that, but it's certainly a long-term ambition to deliver that.
Can I just follow up on that? Because apologies, Councillor Cumbo, I'll let you come in a moment. But in a past life, I was the lead of the council in some of the discussions with the NHS, and my understanding then was, much as we all, the NHS is a fantastic institution, but it can be very bureaucratic. Is it fair to say that it's the NHS wouldn't move forward on a consultation like this until it was sure that this space existed? Is that a fair summary of what the NHS, I don't want to put words into your mouth, but is that a fair summary of how the NHS looks at opportunities like this?
It is a fair summary, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Cumbo.
Thank you. I think we are now 2.5 hours into to this meeting and indeed this item, and I believe I'm keeping up. The thing I'm still struggling with, and believe I would struggle to explain to a Southwark resident who asked me, is actually the thing I anticipate I might get asked the most in the event that the building is built, and it is simply, why is it so large? Is there anything more you can say than what we heard from officers about why the height and the massing, why it was felt necessary that those should go beyond what was in the OPP?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I think officers explained quite a complex shift very well. I think it does boil down to the change in land use from housing to offices. Housing requires thin floor plate buildings so that flats get access to facades for light and balconies, etc. And the parameters for the outline planning permission accommodated a residential building. Offices require something very different. They require deep buildings, normally with a staircase and lifts in the middle, and then office floor space around the outside. And for the sorts of tenants that we believe the building can attract to achieve all the objectives of the Southwark Plan, etc., those floor plates need to be sufficient to be attractive and to meet the general requirements of businesses in terms of their space planning, etc. So we have, as I think Michael described it, filled in the massing parameters, because the master plan parameters would not deliver an office building. You couldn't design office floor plates within the parameters that the outline permission granted. And that's mainly because the outline permission required there to be a courtyard in the middle of the block. And so it simply couldn't accommodate an office floor plate. So it's a product of the change in land use. We appreciate it. It is a big building. I think that there's no disguising that, but we have worked really hard with officers, with our consultant team in response to neighbours, to daylight sunlight overshadowing, to sculpt the building so that it steps down its mass to the lowest point at 3 stories on both the park and Walworth Road, while still providing those office floor plates. But it's really a product of that change in land use.
Thank you. Any further questions, applicants? Thank you very much. If you can return to your seats, but thank you very much for very full answers to the question. Oh, apologies, sorry. I knew that the committee was likely to ask that at some point. I was going to try and run us a little bit further, but I'm happy to take it now, Councillor Whittam. You've persuaded me. So a 5-minute comfort break to return, but please do be prompt. So we'll reconvene at 9:12 by that clock. Thank you. return. I'm now going to ask whether there are any supporters of the scheme that live within 100 metres of the site that are here in the meeting that would like to address us. I can't see anybody. In that case, I'm going to turn to Ward Councillor. Is there any Ward Councillors present that wish to address us? I can see Councillor Merrill coming forward. So I am going to allow you to briefly introduce yourself, and as the other speakers, give you 3 minutes to present. Councillor Merrill.
I'm Councillor Dale Merrill, the Ward Councillor for North Walworth, which this application sits in. First, I want to thank you for all the questions you've been asking. This is a 2.5-hour meeting, and I think you've done some quite good in-depth discussion. I wanted to just give you my point of view and the view I'm getting from residents on this particular scheme. The one question I am being asked is, in the midst of housing crisis, why are we changing this over to employment space? Now, in my own opinion, and it is my opinion, that Lendlease have delivered the amount of quantum of housing they were going to deliver within the master plan of this site. We do need employment in the Opportunity Area and the Elephant and Castle area, and to make the high street more sustainable and to have daytime traffic. So I'm comfortable in the option going over to office space or employment space. I do have questions about the health hub and the security around that, and if that could be more secure, I would like that to be within the process, because I think that's the selling point of this, and that's what Lendlease has tried to promote, and actually we need it. It's been in the plans for such a long time, so making that more secure. I have questions about whether they have met all their master plan commitments, and it'd be remiss, and I know my colleague had worked on looking at the numbers around the community space and whether they've delivered all of that, and if it is truly affordable community space which is accessible to all of the community in the area. I would like some clarifications from officers on that and what can be done to meet that if that's not there. I must admit, and the applicant is sitting here and listening to some of your questions around the massing of the building and the design of the building has given me cause to think again about that massing and design around the building. When I come into this meeting, I was quite comfortable with it, but actually listening to some of the questioning and some of the answers to that has made me cause concern, and I would advise as a committee that you nail down that a bit more and get yourself satisfied that the building is. If you ask me about the design of the building, and I'm going to be upfront and honest about it, I don't particularly like it, but that's my own opinion. You know, the design is the eye of the beholder, and we've seen Michael try to explain this design in a Limerick way. I'm just going to be quite upfront, don't like it. But that's my own opinion. Many residents I spoke to, some like it, some don't like it. That's a matter of opinion, not a matter for planning as such. But the massing in that is, I would like you to get some more clarifications around that. I'll finish now.
Pretty much bang on. Councillor Merrill, thank you very much. Any questions for Councillor Merrill? Councillor Whittam.
Do you know anything about the social rent property that's under investigation?
I have heard of the investigation. I have tried not to interfere because I would like the investigation to be fair and correct and not be, you know, undue pressure being put on that. But yes, I have heard about it going through, and I would have liked for it to have been concluded prior to any application coming forward. But whether it's material to this application or not, you will have to take advice from the officers.
Councillor Foster.
I was just wondering, you were talking about the views of residents, and wondering, you know, if you could speak a bit more about the conversations you've had, you know, how you've engaged. Has this come up at branch meetings, that kind of a thing?
It's come up at branch meetings. This is not a political platform to, we can't take those into consideration, the politics side of it. But it has come up at branch meetings, it has come up in the public. In fact, it must have been just before lockdown when this first was being put out into the public. I had some residents within those blocks come to me and question me about whether the massing and that and the right to lights, but that was on the original design, not the revamped design we've got now. They haven't come to me since then, so I couldn't tell you whether they prefer the option they've got now or it's satisfied their worries. I've had conversations with people from the other side within the Newington one. What I've had a lot of conversations about is those younger people in the area that are looking forward to employment, are looking for employment. That's the selling point to this application for those in the area that are looking for good quality jobs in the area, and that's where the health hub becomes part of the selling point, because as we know, the NHS is a very good employer. It's a secure job, has all the ethics that is around the NHS and that. So that would be why the killing selling point and why I think Lend-Lease got quite hard on the health hub. So I think that needs to be more secure in the conditions to make sure it is absolute last resort that the health hub is not on this site.
Councillor Papula.
So you've kind of answered my question. So how would you possibly amend the proposed 106 to ensure that there was real strength and security in terms of the health hub being created?
I'm hoping the officers and the legal beavers over there can give you the actual clauses and that. We've heard that the NHS works on a 30-year contract situation there. I would like some sort of clause in it that it's down to the NHS whether they pull out. So if they can't make it work after they've done the consultations, it's for them not for Lend-Lease to pull out of the deal at any point. It's down to so it's reserved for the NHS until they've finished their consultation process, and then that in detailed design can be worked out that the NHS or the health hub needs within it. Call it health hub because it's different commissions nowadays.
That's helpful, thank you. Any further questions? I wanted to just ask the question. You referred to sort of being reasonably happy with the massing of the building when you worked into this room. After hearing the presentations and the questions, becoming less happy. What is it that's concerned you and you would like us to ask further questions about?
The point of what the agreed master plan was and the massing around there, I understand the arguments about a residential building tends to be more slender, etc., and the reason why this massing has come across is because it's turned over to a commercial, which also answers the question to yourselves whether actually this land use is correct, considering it is next quite close to a residential, and can that proceed to a commercial element. But as I've seen it here, it does, and I know I've seen the pictures before and the questions, but as you were going through your questions and that, it started to dawn on me as I was closing my eyes and visualising the area, and I walk around there every single day, on actually what that massing means.
Thank you. Any further questions from the committee? Councillor Papula?
It's really a sky blue question, but would you be far more comfortable with a mixed use development, so part housing and part commercial space?
I think I'm going to say I have to deal with the applications. Sorry, Chair, I wanted to get in there first.
You got there before me.
What I'll be more comfortable with or not is not really in question here. Your question is really, does this application meet the policies, the goals and the objective of the council as a whole, of the area action plan as a whole, and to a degree whether Lend-Lease is neglecting the the agreement they made with residents in the area in 2012 when the master plan was done. They seem to have done most of that master plan. I have a few questions about whether it's completely been done and this would be an added bonus, or whether they haven't met that master plan and you want to hold them to that master plan. That's for you as a committee to decide, not me.
And just finally, so one of those things that you were mentioning possibly about the questions about have they met all those commitments was around the community space, I think. Was there anything particularly you wanted to pull out there?
Well, there's elements of the community space, and you may ask what community space there is, and I believe they have met the quantum and the size of what was supposed to be community space, but some of it is actually to what, and this is my colleague Martin Seaton speaking here, and I'm giving his opinion to a degree, is been rented out to private businesses. So, for instance, the nursery there, yes, nursery can be used for community space, but some of the charges they are charging and the facility they are there, I wouldn't necessarily say it was for the existing community that lived in the area before the development. Let's put it that way.
Thank you. Okay, and I don't see any further questions, so Councillor Merrill, thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. Thank you. That brings us to any final questions that committee members have for officers that we might have to clarify that have come out from those discussions. Councillor Foster.
I wanted to pick up on the final point about the community space. I wonder if the officers could address the point raised. It was also very similar to what we heard from the objectors, and is also in their briefing note as well.
Yes, so there is a community space strategy which has been submitted by the applicants, which Vicky is dealing with at the moment. And one of the things that we still haven't finalised, and I think this was part of the applicant's presentation, are the details of those charges. So there is a proposal for charging which is benchmarked off other community spaces in the area, but they haven't been agreed yet, so we're happy to carry on that conversation with some of the objectors, and obviously we had the briefing last night, so that will inform that strategy. So both Lend-Lease, ourselves, would like to discuss that further with residents. The reason for benchmarking it against other community uses is to try and get to a point where it's fair, so that you're not sort of kind of undercutting other community uses, which you can do if you potentially charge less than other TRAs might do, for instance. So there is something that needs some careful consideration, but we definitely heard that point from Norma, and I think Lend-Lease have heard that too, and we still haven't agreed that. So it's still within our power to make sure that is an affordable rate, and we'd like to carry on that conversation with the objectors before we approve that strategy with Lend-Lease.
Do we have any indication of what those rates might be?
Yes, so the hourly rates would vary. So in the week, it would be £25 an hour. In the weekend, it would be £30 an hour. There would also be a day rate. So I believe, sorry, I just checked the figures. I think it was £150 a day in the weekends. I think slightly lower, 125 in the week. So it's available by the hour or by the day to rent those spaces. We still haven't agreed that strategy, so happy to have that ongoing conversation before we do sign that off. But as I say, they are figures benchmarked with other community uses nearby, just to make sure that that they're not too expensive. Is certainly the intention.
So just, Councillor Whittam.
Can I ask Tony one last question?
You want to bring Tony back up.
Yeah.
If Tony is okay with that, I will allow it.
In paragraph 115, it talks about the applicant has paid a financial contribution and not provided a health facility as part of the OPP. Do you know what that contribution has been spent on?
No, I can't answer that question. It's held with the council. So that
So
one.
it's not been released?
No. So that may, yeah. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Can I just ask the officers then that money which was accrued at an earlier stage is not counted as part of the health hub money? So it's not spent on the health hub as
What should it be spent
what
on?
it should be spent on existing services.
What the funding's actually used for would come to committee if it's over, is it £100,000? Comes to committee to determine what it's released to fund. So as I understand it, none of that funding has been allocated or paid out yet. So it will be coming to committee for its allocation in due course.
Because it's 1.1 million.
I think it's actually increased slightly in recent weeks because another plot's just been completed, so they've paid a bit more.
Okay. Any further questions? I'm going to take Councillor Soames.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Councillor Merrill mentioned trying to secure and this was the question around the health hub going forward, and trying to sort of secure and prevent Lend-Lease pulling out. Can we take legal advice on how, if that is something which could be sort of written into the section 106, and whether we can actually commit them to do that, please?
I mean, now looking for, but I think one way that we could do that would be to say that any alternative use other than the health hub would only be allowed with the agreement of us and LBS and the NHS, and so that would mean that it wouldn't be a case of I think, as Councillor Merrill put it, Lend-Lease saying, well, we're not interested, so it's not going to happen. So, and I'm sure we could put something to that effect together.
Yes, that's possible. The only thing I'd say is that we would need to check with the applicant, because that's not what the agreement was. The policy requires, it's essentially at the moment it's an exceptional circumstance policy that they want to rely on. So normally it's affordable housing, affordable workspace, but in exceptional circumstances they can provide the health hub. And so they've made a case for exceptional circumstances under the policy because of the long-term strategy, as I understand it, to deliver a health hub in that part of the borough. My understanding is from the report that the proposal already is for them to either have the health hub or fall back on affordable housing space, which the policy allows. If you want to be more restrictive than that, because that's not something that has been agreed in advance, I would invite you to ask the applicant whether they'd be minded to agree it, because that would put you legally in a better position, because the policy allows the alternative use. In fact, it's the other way around, in essence. The first presumption is for affordable workspace, and the backup is essentially the health hub. So that's why we're sort of reversing it almost. So I would be more comfortable if the applicant agreed to it. But from a legal perspective, it's no problem putting it into what is essentially a contract, the Section 106. But I would invite you to ask the applicant if they'd be willing to agree it.
So
Thank you.
indeed, can we do that, Chair? Seek
that's-
commitment this evening.
That's precisely what I was about to do, Councillor Soames. Can I ask the applicants to come forward? So you've heard the proposal that we seek some sort of condition on the agreement that any alteration to the NHS's use of the space that's identified for them would need to be through agreement with both the NHS and the council. Is that a condition you'd be happy to agree to?
Yep, we're happy to confirm, and obviously we're making all reasonable endeavours to make sure the NHS comes forward, because I think we all agree it definitely is a priority option. So, yeah.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you.
No problem.
Councillor Johnson.
Final, very brief one. My understanding is that the Health Hub, assuming it were to go ahead, would replace Princess Street and Manor Place surgeries. But I can't see. No?
No.
So that is incorrect. So this will result in a net increase in healthcare provision rather than we take two and we merge them into one effectively. It's a net increase, is it?
I think so there's a response on these issues that the NHS has set out that's in the addendum report, Councillor Johnson, which is quite lengthy, but you'll see it in the addendum report at paragraph 8, which has got quite a number of bullet points, but it sets out there what the NHS's position is, and you'll see the fourth one down on page 3 says, as far as the CCG is aware, both Princess Street Surgery and Manor Place Surgery have no immediate plans to move or close their practices and will continue to provide high quality care and support to people in the Elephant and Castle area. Now, my understanding of that from the conversation we were having earlier was that because of the way the NHS works, Princess Street and Manor Place would be the ones that would have to indicate they wanted to move into this, so it would be a choice that they were making. Is that fair, Tony, as an interpretation?
Yes, I think that is fair. So we have been engaging with primary care generally, the North Peace Primary Care Network. We're starting to develop longer term plans. Some of them are buildings that are not fit for purpose for the future, and certainly Elephant is part of the solution to that. But we haven't made any decisions, and we haven't had talk specifically about particular practices. There will be we need to make sure there's provision for general practice across the north of the borough, and Elephant will be part of that, and we do expect there to be general practice in there, because that is the heart of the community hub provision. But there's an under provision of general practice in the north, so we will be addressing that, and there's additional space needed for the primary care network additional roles as well. So we do need additional capacity, and some of our buildings are not fit for purpose, and we can't accommodate all of the activity, all the GPs that we need. So it will be a net increase, plus the additional integrated mental health, community, diagnostics, other services that would mirror some of the provision and access arrangements in the south of the borough in the north. So a huge opportunity for us, and I certainly welcome, the Lend-Lease have been very supportive as well in bringing this forward, subject to obviously a lot of the detail.
And by the south, you mean the Tessa Giles Centre on the site of the old Dulwich Hospital? Yeah, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, I think that covers most of the sort of key questions I think came out as well. Any comments that anybody would like to make on how they're viewing? Actually, before we do that, can we just pick up on that last question that Councillor Merrill asked about the bulk of the building? So I know you had a go at this earlier, Michael, but obviously that does feel as if it's a concern that people feel is quite real, is how much bigger this building is compared to what was in the 2013 master plan. So I think I understand the point about just looking at the floor size in itself isn't necessarily a great measure of the bulk because of the hole in the middle of the building, which I think was the point you were making earlier, Michael. So I understand that point, but even with filling in that hole, it's clearly a bulkier building than the original building. So it's really just to understand, what weight we need to be putting onto that and our considerations on that matter.
Thank you, Chair. I think on the face of it, as we've described, by filling in the gaps, it is a bulky building. It has bulked out. I guess when you consider bulk, you need to consider how you will appreciate it or how you will view it. The views that you see here are very much the sort of street view. The view from at the bottom left, at the top left is the view from the Walworth Road, where you would see the four-storey nose of the building, and then it steps up and terraces up for the relatively short length of the building, which is on Walworth Road. It is a sort of rhomboid shape, so it has many facets and many and steps quite a lot. So, by way, in that respect, it's not just a fulsome extrusion of the plot going up to the optimum height. So they haven't done their worst in the sense of taking the height that was agreed and the footprint and simply just squared it all up and taken it up. But what they've done to try and articulate the bulk, the massing, is with these steps and terraces and alternating features which break it up. The most obvious point where the bulk will be most visible is the view on the far right, which is the view from the park, and there it's quite a more distant view, a much more open sort of setting, and that's where the conversation around the bulk and the massing are sort of focused, and there all our concerns and the concern of the design review panel was about a very flat facade, which didn't benefit from that stepped and articulated form. So that is where the pleats help and break up the facade. Not only do they sort of give it a ripple, but they give it a sort of verticality, which wasn't evident when the building was flat before. So, yet it is a bulky building, but it has a lot of articulation, and those pleats are not a sort of just a ripple of a few inches. That each of those is almost 1.5 meters stepping out and 1.5 meters stepping in. So the terraces are 3 meters deep there, and will have landscape and greenery growing on them. So there's a sort of sense there that there is a real effort. So it's not just on the surface that they're playing with the treatment. They are literally billowing the building in and out to break up its bulk. So in that respect, I think that is what has convinced us that it is not just a bulk for its bulk's sake. It has a much more refined kind of silhouette and presence. So it will appear less bulky because of that. in my opinion. That's how we've seen it, and that's how we've made a recommendation.
Just further on the issue of the overall scale of the building, it was very helpful once we got our heads around it, because it took a bit of scratching our heads, I think, to get there, on slide 23 about the impact of the building on surrounding homes. I personally don't know the layout of the tower that's there on the bottom right-hand side, but obviously it's the ones that are orange are the ones that sort of seem most significant. Is it fair to say that where you've got those two sets of windows that are orange next to each other on that building, that those are not in the same flat? Because my reading of that is that each of those flats covers a corner of that block, but I wanted to make sure that was the case and that wasn't me just jumping to conclusions.
Yes, Chair. Typically, that's what we call a cruciform design of a tall building, and typically those would be the two corners would have the balconies on the corners, and they're two different flats that have a dual aspect around that side. So, yeah, that would be the arrangement there. So it's not one flat that's solely affected there. It's sort of split, if you
so
like.
So it wouldn't be any flat that's got more than one orange window to sort of simplify the terms. Thank you. The one other question I wanted to ask that came up in the questions was this issue about the review of one of the L&Q properties elsewhere, and obviously to consider what that might mean. So, as I understand it, there is a review of the rent and service charges at one of L&Q's properties to ascertain whether it still meets the criteria for it to be considered affordable housing. So I've got that right. I guess the question on materiality here in this decision comes back to, we can't prejudge the outcome of that. But if it was to show that L&Q service charges and rents had gone above that level, what was the reason for that? Because obviously that speaks to what the remedy of that would be. Can I ask perhaps, Lend-Lease, are you aware of any charges that you're levelling on L&Q which might have led to them pushing up the rent and service charges above the level of what would be normally deemed affordable housing? So I agree that I know it's a slightly obscure question, so I apologise for that. But
No, that's okay. My answer's probably not going to help. No. No, we don't. So L&Q obviously manage the affordable housing, and so they work through that with their various regulations and, in accordance with the 106 as such. So no, we're not aware.
So to the best of your awareness, you haven't put any new charges on there which would have created that impact for L&Q? Thank you. Thank you. Apologies for that slightly obscure question, but I thought it was an important point to cover. Thank you. Okay, I don't see any further questions. I think that leads us to comments and deliberations of the committee. So I don't know if anybody wishes to go first. Any views, observations? Okay, I'm going to go with Councillor Johnson first.
Thank you, Chair. I find myself weighing this application up, and if I looked at it in isolation, it looks a fairly straightforward, uncontentious application for a large office block in central London. No big deal. I look at it in the broader context of the master plan, this being the very final piece of it, a master plan which is 10 percentage points lower in its delivery of affordable housing than had originally been planned, and I understand why that may be the case. I feel quite uncomfortable with that as a proposal, however. This is the very final piece of the scheme. It's the last opportunity to put affordable housing in. Once this is gone, it's gone. We are, in effect, as a council, being forced to sell off the family silver in that sense, that once this plot's gone, we don't have an infinite pot of further plots of land to replace it with. I'm uncomfortable with that. I am uncomfortable with the level of consultation that has taken place, reconsultation, and I'm also uncomfortable that we actually don't know if there's going to be a health centre there or not. There probably will, but if there isn't, there's nothing we can do about that. So I feel a lot of discomfort.
Okay, Councillor Foster.
I would echo some of those comments. I think that on the issue of the design and the massing, we've been discussing quite extensively. I don't think that the sort of more undulating character of the building really meaningfully alters its bulky character that was raised by the design review panel. I think that regardless, I basically think that those aspects really speak more to the kind of aesthetic, pleasing quality of looking at it. But it would nevertheless seems to me to be completely out of place on the Walworth Road. It doesn't really look anything like the other buildings around the Walworth Road. There was a comparison that was made to the Strata Tower, but I don't think that's a very favourable comparison for this design. I don't think that that's a tower that fits in especially well in the area either. And if it's the case that it's something which is in keeping with other large buildings that will be built, that have yet to be built, that's not, in my view, an argument for it. I think that that there is clearly an extent to which there is a limit to how much you want the area to change to be completely unrecognisable from what came before it. And I think it certainly would not be, doesn't look like it's in place with what's there now. I'm also, like Councillor Johnson, a bit uncomfortable about the consultation. I think that having gone through an extensive process in the original master plan, including a lot of consultation with the community, obviously there was a great deal of opposition to that as well. Nevertheless, a long process was underwent. And the fact that what was then agreed, the housing block, is being changed to something that's just completely different, I think there's a need for it sort of increases the need to get the consent of the community, having gone to the lengths to do so initially, and that the limitations of the pandemic were notwithstanding. It seems that those efforts were not really made in this case. I also think that the issue around the carbon reduction of the building is quite significant. We heard a lot about the commitments of Lend-Lease to tackling the climate emergency. That was emphasised a great deal in the applicant's comments. But to me, that doesn't really jibe with the building itself not meeting the carbon reduction requirements and still falling short of it. So I think that's quite significant as well. And in terms of the other outstanding issues, I think that it's clear that there are quite a large number of things that are yet to be worked out, both including the certainty around the future of the health hub, the charging for the community space, the enforcement action around the social rent, the affordable workspace, and the contributions made to the fit-out costs. So I think there are a great number of areas where there is uncertainty around the delivery of the original master plan. So I think those are all areas that would lead me to be concerned. I don't think that it's necessary that this application should come before those things have been resolved.
Just to make one point about the housing delivery in the master plan, on page, paragraph 148 on page 43 of the report, where Vicky sets out the outline planning permission, minimum floor area for residential and maximum floor area for residential. So if you find that table, the minimum floor area for residential within the outline planning permission is 160,000 square metres, and the maximum is 254,000 square metres. So there's a 94,000 square metre kind of room for manoeuvre on delivering housing as per the outline planning permission. If Lend-Lease had made the minimum and delivered 160,000 square metres of residential, which was entirely within their right to do, that would have been about 1,200 homes. In fact, they've delivered 252,000 square metres of residential, so they're just shy of the maximum that they could have delivered. So that's the 2,000 homes. So I wouldn't want any of the members of the committee to feel that there's been in any way a kind of under-delivery of homes in the master plan, or that there are homes missing. In fact, there could have been, within the terms of the planning permission, 800 fewer homes over the master plan site than there are at the moment. That was what was consented in 2012. So that this has delivered the housing as more or less to the maximum. Just as Vicky set out, just shy of 2,000 square metres under the absolute maximum that was set out in 2012. So just to make that point clear.
As a point of clarification on that, in the additional housing beyond the minimum, how much of that is affordable?
Yeah.
Councillor Whittam.
Just looking at that table, business was minimum 3,000, maximum 5,000. Well, we're adding 63,000 to that without batting an eyelid, apparently.
And if I can just come back on that, I think you mentioned it earlier that things have changed since 2012. I mean, they certainly have. I would imagine, although I wasn't here, the conversations with Lend-Lease at that time were pushing them to provide up to 5,000 square metres of office, and probably they would have been saying there isn't a market for office developments in Elephant and Castle, in the same way people were saying there wasn't a market for office development in Canada Water or even in London Bridge. To Southwark's great benefit, as was pointed out earlier, that as well as the housing, there's also this fantastic opportunity to deliver jobs in the Elephant and Castle in a place where, with it 10 years ago, people would have really said that wasn't something that could be done. As Councillor Merrill pointed out, that job opportunity is potentially a great benefit for local people, not just working in the office, but also the office workers using the local businesses, the local shops and things like that. So the reason it was so low then, Councillor Whittam, is it wasn't seen that it would ever be possible to get this scale of office in the Elephant Castle. So I think the reason we changed the plan, the new Southwark plan, was to acknowledge that potential to create those jobs. And that's what the plan policy, as Vicky set out, drives towards in this part of Southwark, that additional 10,000 jobs within those wards.
Councillor Whittam.
The point I'm making is that you're using the figures on housing to explain to us why we don't need any more housing, and yet the business figures are completely over the top, with 63,000 as opposed to 5,000.
But just to your point, the business figures are over the top. The business figures from the floor space are from the Southwark plan, as adopted in February this year. So they're evidence based. They've been through an examination in public, extensive consultation, and were endorsed by the council as the plan you want to see implemented for Southwark for the next 5-10 years. So the figures are based on the statutory development plan for Southwark. So they're not random or plucked out of nowhere. They're what the council is committed to delivering within Southwark.
I'm specifically talking about the outline planning permission. You're using those figures to justify the business element, while in the same breath using those figures to say we don't need any more housing.
And just to say, I don't think either myself, Vicky, or Mike are saying we don't need more housing. Absolutely not the case. And obviously there are other allocations within the New Southwark plan, including within the Elephant Castle area, which identify those sites where we can deliver the housing, which we're required to do. I mean, we're required to identify what that housing supply will be for the next 5 years and for the next 20 years of the plan period. So it's not a case of there isn't scope to deliver the housing that's needed in the plan. And in fact, that's laid out in the plan and in the site allocations for the elephant area.
Can I get a bit of clarification on this? Because there seems to me as if there's a bit of an issue here about hierarchies of policy, in that we have a master plan that was agreed in 2013, which is set out here. We have as has been already mentioned, the London policy about brownfield site, about how homes should be prioritised there. And we have what's in Southwark's plan, which identifies this, we've been told, as an opportunity area for business development, and that business ought to be there. So I just wanted to understand, as a committee, seeing as those policies are all saying slightly different things, what is the priority there, and how should we weigh one against the other? Because that feels as if it's an important piece of guidance for us.
Sorry, Chair, can I just add something, which is the application that is before you is for employment or office space. So that is the application you're required to determine, and what officers have told you is that it's policy compliant. So that is essentially the difficulty that you face. That is where we are. We cannot say, okay, under the master plan you only delivered 25%, so really and truly you should have come back with a residential scheme to top up what we would consider now to be the right amount of affordable housing. We have to determine the application before us on its own merits, and what officers have told you all is that it complies with policy. And my strong advice to you is to look at the policies and determine it on that basis, essentially. So if there are further questions for officers where you think that it's not compliant with current policy, or there are other material considerations which you think should play into it, then ask questions or give very firm guidance to officers so that we understand this decision that you've made is based on current policy, not on the policy that existed in 2013, essentially. That would be my advice to you, Chair.
Thank you. I think that's helpful. Councillor Whittam.
I was just querying the reliance on those figures for that particular point. But my concerns are about the daylight sunlight, which is very adverse to several properties, and the bulkiness of the building, I think, is overly oppressive, especially the dark colour makes it even more oppressive.
Thank you. I had Reggie next, I think. Councillor Papula.
I echo the concerns of members here. I just wanted slight clarification with regards to the 25% of affordable homes that were built. Could you give further clarification as to the tenure split within that 25%? The amount of shared ownership and the amount of truly affordable council rent homes that were built.
Yeah, so the Section 106 agreement for the outline planning permission sets a 50-50 split between rented which in turn is then a breakdown of affordable rent for 1 and 2 bedroom flats or homes, and social rented for 3 bedroom homes. The actual split that we've had from the plot H7 as the last residential RMA gave a site-wide total of 50.5% rented to 49.5% shared ownership. So that's across the site.
So effectively, roughly 12.5 were council rent homes. Is that correct?
It's worked out on the basis of worked out on the basis of habitable rooms rather than unit number, so it's not so easy to just divide it up.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions, Councillor Cumber?
Thank you, Chair. Just to summarise where I am on it at the end of all the evidence that we've had, I actually like to preface my remarks by thanking again everybody that's provided information for us this evening in what has been quite a mammoth discussion. Genuinely, from the applicant, the objectors, the officers, I think all the information that we've been provided with has been relevant, has been helpful, has been patiently explained, including where some of us have been quite frank about the things we don't know. I trust it is clear that we are weighing this very carefully. We recognise, I'm sure I speak for the whole panel, that we do recognise that is our responsibility and are keen to make the best possible decision in line with all our obligations. I do want to say on the positive side first that I do take the point about the importance of providing jobs and the office space that allows for those jobs very seriously. We're in a London borough. If we cannot provide those opportunities here, what chance of them arising elsewhere? I don't want that point to get lost in the discussion or the decisions that we make. And I also just want to say I really do believe that the applicants are sincere in their commitment to the provision of a health hub. I thought that came across entirely clearly, and I'm prepared very much to take that at face value. So those are not concerns for me. I do continue to have concerns about the bulk and the massing, which have not been dealt with throughout the course of the discussions. It is clearly the case, and I thought this was well explained, that efforts have been made to consider the different ways in which the building would be viewed and how residents would experience it. I do recognise that from the Walworth Road view, it looks quite different and not overwhelming. The reality is that Southwark residents wouldn't just view it from the Walworth Road. Our residents would live right next to it. They would be sitting in the park. Particularly in that, the view has now changed, but in that final picture on the right side of page 10 of our presentation, it does look simply vast and dwarves the surrounding buildings. And that is a concern for me, not simply on its own terms, but because I do not think it has been adequately demonstrated that the extent to which it exceeds the outline planning permission is necessary, or that the vast majority of the benefits that were outlined to the scheme could not have been delivered within those parameters. And I would, of course, given my legal background, take seriously the observation that it's policy compliant and this is not a matter of rejecting an application because it is not a residential-led one. But I do think the point that I would like to make, and I trust it's reasonable to make, is that a building of this size, and it is, we've all admitted, I think, it's been acknowledged, it is a building of considerable size that does not have a single house in it, single home in it. It says something about this council's priorities that I don't recognise. So I will just come back to the point that because of the size, which I have not been convinced is necessary to the benefits that have been described, it's a very uncomfortable position to agree to an entirely office space-led development on that basis. I hope that's made some sense. That's my current position on it.
Okay, any further comments? It seems as there's lots of concerns raised. Clearly, what I've not heard clearly is whether people are suggesting grounds for refusal, though, in those concerns. and just to, if that is, are people saying they're concerned and they think things need to be done about this within the application, which can be achieved, or are they saying that this is not an application that people are willing to support? And if it's the latter, what are the policy grounds? Councillor Cumbo.
Thank you. I mean, I felt that I did attempt to probe this in the course of the discussion, but I'm very happy to hear any further comments. Could we be reassured that it is necessary to deliver, it is necessary to the benefits that were outlined to deliver a building of this size? I feel that that's what's been missing, and it would make a material difference to how I feel I can vote.
Yes, I think it is, because like any development, it needs to be viable. It needs to be something which is marketable and usable, and that basically delivers the public benefits. So I think if it was something of less of a scale, then it wouldn't meet those viability requirements. And it's probably worth reflecting that the office schemes that you've seen at this committee more recently, including Colchurch House, have all been of about 40,000 square metres. So that's the kind of scale of development that I think, as the applicants put to you, would work in this location and deliver those public benefits.
Councillor Whittam.
I would have thought the viability would be less of a problem because they already own the land and they don't have to pay for the land in order to build the building.
They had to pay for the land at a point in time, and they have to pay for the cost of delivering the building. So they are all very legitimate considerations in bringing forward the scheme. And as described, there is a commitment to giving the best carbon outcome that can be achieved, again, which is a cost to it, and the changes which have been made do make it somewhat more expensive building, but I think it goes to the heart of delivering something that is actually becoming more expensive to do in the current economy, and part of that cost is the land that they hold, because they had to pay, as a company, had to pay for that at some point to bring forward the rest of the master plan, and also to bring forward this office development.
Councillor Papula.
Yeah, it's just on Colin's point. So this committee has agreed to buildings of that size, but I do believe that a major difference here is the rights of light issue that crops up with this building. It significantly harms a lot of dwellings, and that's something that is material, very material in my eyes in terms of this application. So I do believe that's something that members need to.
Just to clarify, by rights to light, you mean daylight and sunlight assessment, rather than rights to light is something that's slightly technically different. So we need to be careful about terminology. But thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm fairly confident if we asked 100 people on Walworth Road, what does the area really want? A very large office block or more affordable homes, they would say the latter. This is the last opportunity on this master plan to rectify what is a 10 percentage point deficit in social housing. And once the scheme is approved, it's gone. There's no further opportunity on this particular master plan to catch up that deficit.
Councillor Whittam.
I would like to propose that we reject this application.
Oh, okay. On what sort of grounds?
Massing and daylight sunlight.
Okay. I'm going to say, so I've not given my opinion yet. I have to say my view is I certainly heard all the comments and objections and concerns that are expressed. We obviously, as has been set out by officers, need to look at this application on the merits of this application and how it fits within policy, both London-wide and at the council. I think, given that this has been a site that's been identified for commercial office space or the opportunity there within the Southwark plan, it feels to me as if there is using land use as a reason to refuse feels to me as if it's something that wouldn't be sustainable. I think there clearly are benefits of this scheme, particularly the health hub, and I am glad to hear the commitment that's been made by the applicants to explore that and to what can be nailed down there. And it is true that the north of the borough has for a very long time, and I'm saying this as somebody who back 28 years ago now was trying to defend keeping health facilities at Guy's Hospital at the A&E because of the deficiency of health services in the north of the borough, that this has been a horrific lack of health facilities in the north of the borough, and that has got worse as the population has increased. And if it's not here, I do wonder where that opportunity might come in the future. I think there are important points which need to be nailed down in terms of community use, and clearly the agreement of that community statement for me is absolutely crucial. So for me, it does come down to that point about bulk and daylight sunlight impacts, and I hear the comments that people are making. Having had a look at that diagram that was shown earlier, for me, and I accept this as a judgment call, but for me those impacts compared to what was in the 2013 agreed master plan, to me feel as if they are not sufficient enough for us to be able to sustain a decision to refuse. And I think it's important that I make that statement, because clearly any applicant, if we were to refuse today, any applicant has the right to appeal that decision, and we need to be mindful about that process, what the likely outcome of that is. We can't prejudge what that outcome is, but we need to think about, if we are to reject, there need to be very strong grounds to do so, and recognise that there is a cost to the public in Southwark for taking forward an application through that process, because it takes officer time, takes legal time. There's a cost to the borough. That's not to say we should never do it, but it does mean to say that we need to think very carefully when we decide to use that option, and should be careful about how we do that. Councillor Cumbo.
Thank you, Chair, and I entirely take on board all that you said. I just did want to clarify a previous comment that I made. It's getting late. I may be less articulate than I would hope to be. My concern is not about the change of use, if we can call it that. The observation I made about the fact that there isn't a single home in it is directly it's an observation about the massing. It's the massing that concerns me, the impact on the surrounding area. Yes, actually, I've not mentioned the infringement on sunlight and daylight. That is a relevant consideration, but it is the overwhelming effect on the surrounding area. The fact that, as other councillors have mentioned, it does not seem sympathetic with existing buildings and so on. The point about the fact that it doesn't have a house in it was a way of saying that essentially if it were a smaller exclusively office-based development, that would feel less uncomfortable, given the context around the housing crisis. But the fact that it's not a residential-led development is not at the heart of my concern.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Foster, I can see you itching to talk. I think.
I wouldn't describe that way. I wanted to echo what Ellie was saying. I think that the housing, although clearly we're all taking on the point that's been made a number of times around it not bearing on our decision in a direct way, nevertheless, it is a goal of the borough to deliver housing. It's context for the area, it's context for the history of what's happened. So I think that that it is simply something which is relevant when we're speaking about this. So it's certainly worth acknowledging, even if it doesn't necessarily impinge on the direct reasons to refuse or grant either way. On the issues of the bulk of the building, I would also agree with Councillor Combo that that for me the sunlight seems less of an issue than how it fits into the area as a whole. It seems, to me, it sticks out like a sore thumb where it is. It seems dramatically different, and I think that none of the responses we've had on this have suggested that there is any mitigation for that. Although I think that they have acknowledged implicitly that as a negative insofar as the efforts were made to have a block which is, not a not just square but has this sort of sloping off shape. And I think that for it seems like there is a consensus among a number of the members here that despite the kind of the slope of the building and the undulating quality of it, it nevertheless retains the bulkiness which those aspects to it are intended to mitigate.
Councillor Soanes.
I'm really torn. It's a bit, I've heard the arguments and comments of colleagues. I'm satisfied that it's policy compliant. So as much as we do require the housing, I don't reject the fact that this proposal is before us instead of a housing nominated application. But as others have said, it is the bulk and the massing that bookends the north end of Walworth Road. I think from a design and architectural perspective, I'm fascinated by the use of the fins. I'm fascinated by the reference to science. Science is an area, a subject close to my heart. I'm fascinated by the historical and the use of the local industrial elements. But somehow, as others have said, it doesn't appear to me to be sympathetic to existing buildings and buildings that we've already agreed to, and it does sort of stick out, and I don't want ultimately a legacy of the repeat of the Elephant and Castle when we had the shopping centre and you had this just huge building that nobody seemed to know what to do with it, and it was hideous. And I get the idea and understand the references around, again, the colour and the earth in this, again going back to the industrial presence and history of the railways there. You've got the viaduct that would be in close proximity. But again, I've got a big thing about sunlight, daylight, and although it's a significantly, relatively small number of dwellings, a number of them, there are 4 or 5 of them that are going to be significantly affected. Close to 50% reduction in distribution of light is huge. I'd love to see some modelling on what that would appear in the space, in that space. And for me, that's quite key on something which those residents were not banking on, and it's not what we had initially sort of agreed on. So, but that said, I welcome the jobs. The arguments have been made around the importance and it is an opportunity for local people, and we're trying to promote apprenticeships. We want local people to be able to train and work and flourish and invest in the local area, and that has to be welcomed. But and the health hub. I am encouraged by the commitment, and I'm certainly more optimistic that this would actually, and I understand that the need and the demand for its existence in the area, and so I'm enthused by the commitment that we were able to secure this evening by Lend-Lease going forward for the emergence of that, and I do truly believe that will be the case. But I'm still not convinced. I'm still not convinced that all that said, and with the change in working practice, that we need something of that size. I do believe we'd need office space. There is still a demand for office. I don't know if on that scale we can sort of justify, and that is where I'm having difficulty, because we know that there has been a dedicated change in practice, and going forward, you know, we're talking about, we've got, you know, the front of our the front of our consciousness is the cost of living and charges and overheads, etc. And we know that, you know, organisations have changed their business plans to accommodate these changes. And, you know, as much as I heard Angela make a very credible case, we've got TfL that want to reduce, you know, 30 buses in the London area, because their argument is, notwithstanding that, you know, they lost considerable lost a considerable amount of income during the pandemic, but also they similarly trying to justify their argument for withdrawing those services, and we've strongly campaigned against it because the working practice has changed and people haven't returned to the office and the workplace in the way they did pre-COVID. So,
thank you. Okay, so we've heard from everybody. I think we obviously now have three options. We've had a proposal to refuse that's been proposed but not seconded yet on the grounds of height, mass, bulk, and also daylight and sunlight impacts. We obviously have the recommendation we have from officers to approve, subject to those issues that still need to be ironed out around the condition around the health hub and the community space. We have obviously, as a third option available to us, the option to defer to see whether those issues, you know, we can make some progress on those issues about the height, bulk, massing and the daylight sunlight, and perhaps get some more information to look at that. So I think those are the three options that we have in front of us as a committee. I would like to propose, I think, given where we are in our discussions, that we defer this so that there is more work done looking at the height, bulk, mass, daylight and sunlight issues. Councillor Foster.
I just wanted to raise that none of the responses we've had from officers or the applicant have made any proposals or suggestions of amendments that could be made to the height, bulk or massing or any of those objections that we raised. So in other words, if we defer it, what is the scope for actual changes to be made? I mean, obviously it would be it would be good to hear if there are such changes that could be made, but so far I don't think anything has been mentioned.
That's helpful. Any observations from officers? Oh. Sorry, Nagla.
Chair, what I will say is it wouldn't be legitimate to defer in order to ask the applicant to amend the scheme. That would, if there were issues of clarification that you want, that you feel you haven't had during the process, then that's certainly, but you can't ask them to go away and design a different scheme to bring forward one that you would find more palatable, essentially. So I would recommend that you make a decision or you identify areas where you think you haven't had sufficient information on this specific design that you wish to have clarified, especially given the late hour. So if there are areas you can identify, then I'd be quite happy with a decision to defer, but not in order for them to go away and amend the scheme. That would not be a reason for deferral.
Noted. Councillor Papula.
I would like to second Kath's proposal to reject on that basis.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry, Chair. Can I therefore, you will have to take a vote, and you will have to give us reasons and the policy grounds on which you propose to refuse. So in Appendix 2, there are a number of policies on which you can rely on. Officers can assist you with some of that, but you will need to guide us in exactly what the reasons for refusal are, on which policy you wish to base a refusal, please. It is page 201, it starts. Shall we,
Chair, could we
Apologies, yeah.
could we go into closed session just to see and discuss what members would also think of potential options that we could around a deferral, and then we know precisely what we have before us in terms of what we could seek further clarification on, because, you know, Naga's just guided us in terms of deferral. We would have to have very clear ideas on what we would want to seek additional information, but also we can then discuss Appendix 2. So are we able to go into closed session to
Okay,
that, please?
I think that would be helpful. Are people happy with us doing that as a committee to get some further advice? So I'm going to ask people in the public gallery to leave the room, hopefully for 5-10 minutes, and we will call you back in once we've had those deliberations. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for coming back, and thank you for your patience whilst we were deliberating. So we've obviously had a discussion. We have formulated a Sorry. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, we can specify the reasons. We have a motion on the table.
Okay. We have a motion on the table that was moved earlier by Councillor Whittam. I am going to set that out more clearly, and then we will vote on that motion. So we are as a committee, we are moving to refuse this application due to the excessive height, mass and bulk of the application causing harm to the character and appearance of Elephant Road, Elephant Park and Walworth Road, contrary to Southwark policies P13 1 and 2, P17 2.5, London policies D3 Part D and D9 C1A3. And secondly, because of the unacceptable harm to neighbouring amenity due to the loss of daylight, contrary to Southwark policies P14 Part 3, P56 and London policy D6 Part D. So that's the proposal. Is that seconded? So I think that's proposed by Councillor Whittam. I saw that seconded by Councillor Papula. We will now take it in. We will now call a vote on that. If I could run through the list. First of all, Councillor Whittam, how do you vote on that proposal?
For, Chair.
Councillor Cumbo?
For.
Councillor Johnson?
For, Chair.
Councillor Papula?
For, Chair.
Councillor Foster?
For, Chair.
Councillor Soanes?
For, Chair.
And I'm Councillor Livingstone, and I'm voting for that motion. Thank you. So the application has been refused. We have another item on the agenda, which is in relation to Ilderton Wharf. Because of the lateness of the hour, we've decided that we're going to defer that item to a future meeting, and we've let the applicants know. So with that, I think that... Sorry. So are we happy for that item to be deferred? Thank you.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. It's so late, it's out of my thinking on that. Thank you very much. With that, the meeting is closed. Thank you, everybody.